So I think Padma, we can start. It's 4:31 or 30.
Yes,
Yeah.
starting right
Yeah.
now. Okay, great. Mm, Just a minute. Isn't the link sent? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, with the great zeal and energy we gained from the day one, we are starting the day two conference. And for the day, as yesterday informed, we are continuing with two important panels. The second panel of people agility and the process agility. The people agility of this day is very unique. Both of the papers are related to academic related research with Agile. And this panel is headed by Professor Vanadi ma'am. She is the chairman of the chairperson of this panel. To say a few words about Professor Vanati ma'am, she is a professor and HOD of SRM Valiamma Engineering College, Kottayam, and she holds a PG from Anna University and PhD from Anna University again. And she has more than 20 years of experience in teaching. And she has published around 50 papers in reputed journals and is an recognized PhD supervisor for Anna University. And she is currently supervising 6 PhD candidates and with one MS research candidate. And she has also contributed more for the society that she has obtained fund from DST and NIMAT for 4 continuous years for entrepreneur development program to students and 2 lakh for her women entrepreneur development program. And that's pretty, no, we are glad to have Vanati ma'am as our chairperson. We are really thankful in spite of all her busy schedule. She agreed to be our one of the chairperson and she has reviewed all these papers and approved. And heartfelt thanks to Vanati ma'am. And discussant of this people agility panel is again an industry leader, Anbu Joseph. Uh, Anbu Joseph is an ICC is also an agile coach, scrum master, and an executive coach aggregated from ICF. And is having more than 17 years of experience in software development and product management. Have worked with multiple organizations in different domains in various roles and right from the programmer of being agile coach for more than 7 years now. Have been practicing agile methodologies to deliver products and projects and is in exploration empowering people and organization to create lasting results for success. And being an executive coach accredited from ICF is now into organization while executive leadership coaching. All the best for his venture, Anbu Joseph. And he will be the discussant for this panel. And I'm just giving handovering to Anbu Joseph to proceed this panel.
Yeah. Thank you, Padma, for this introduction. Also, I want to thank Vanadi madam for whenever we asked her to lend her time, she immediately lent her time and she accepted and immediately she reviewed and then without delay she gave all the comments for our researchers to continue the research and make the changes. So with that, right? So with that, I'm going into the topic of today, people agility part 2, right? So yesterday we had one session of people agility, and today we are having the second part of people agility. So in which it's, as Padma said, these two are very interesting paper related to academics. How agile can be implemented as part of academics. So though these two papers are totally different, right? One deals with agility in terms of training inside a corporate or how the training industry is happening. The another is with the schools. So this is going to be really very interesting. So first we are going to see about a new thing called psychoagilical behavior theory-based agile squads in middle school. So this is being researched by Sri Anand and Sunita. So to give a brief introduction about Sri Anand and Sunita, Sri Anand holds MCA degree and has a span of 22 plus years of experience in the IT industry across different domains, telecom, automobile, and service industry. He is a certified agile coach from ICP and also an agile Kanban trainer. So he currently works as a technical project manager in Chennai and has been handling agile deployment pan India in his organization. So he is also a freelance psychological counselor who specializes in marital and adolescent counseling and therapy. So he completed his B1 level in German. So apart from learning languages as a hobby, he is also a marathon runner. Travel is another aspect of his interest. All right. Okay. So another, sorry, I did share it, right? Okay. I'll share it for people to see. Okay. So next is about Sunita. So Sunita Shenoy holds a master degree in psychology and has a 20 plus years of experience across banking, in insurance and IT industry. She is also an ICP certified agile coach. She is currently working as a technical project manager in Chennai. She is also a language enthusiast and holds a certificate proficiency in Spanish and also completed a B1 level in German. She is passionate about therapy and counseling, apart from being a marathon runner. So with this expertise of these researchers, we are going to see the paper on psychoagilical behavioral theory based agile squads in middle schools. Over to you, Anand and Sunita.
Thank you, Anbu.
Thank you,
Let me
Anbu.
share this screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, Sunita.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present here. The topic of our paper is behavioral theory-based agile squads in middle school. So everyone will have a question as to why this research. So one day when we were at the cafeteria discussing about our kids over a coffee, one of our colleagues got a call where her son was literally crying on the phone, saying he had some doubts and he wanted her to help. When our colleague told him to ask his friends, the reply shocked us. He said, "We don't share notes because the other person might get more marks than me." So the moment we heard that, we thought there is, what is going on? So there's something which we need to do for this. So that was the moment when the seed was sown for this research paper. So if I may quote from Shane's opening note, Agile needs people. And also I would like to take some, indication from the People Agility, which was presented yesterday, where Shruti did explain about biases being kind and humble in her presentation. So which is a guide, which is guiding us back to get us back to basics. So our ex-president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, if you want to put an end to corruption, catch them young and teach them the values. Current population will soon leave, and the current bunch of youngsters with such value system will form a strong India. Catching them young and changing the behavior is one main focus of the paper. So if we peek into the education system of a country, in ancient times, the education system was in Gurukul, where the students used to go and reside at the Guru's residence, learn all that they could from the teacher. But after the colonial era, schools were set up and confined system of subjects were brought into education. So in the present time, the education system has become more like exams and only exams, where the children get into the rat race for marks. A national survey which was conducted a few years back reveals that more than 80% of school principals in India blame rote learning as the reason for poor standards. Of these, nearly 70% of them felt that the curriculum followed in India today did not give sufficient scope for creative thinking or basic soft skills. I would like to quote Dr. Kalam again here. He said, Indian education framework needs to change completely. So the aim of this research was to address the soft skill aspect of the educational system, and we took our baby step towards addressing the softer aspect of collaboration and co-creation in this research paper. So if we move on asking the question of why Agile. Agile framework is one unique kind where the principles and practices focuses on mutual respect, trust, transparency, and co-create. And these are the fundamentals of human race. And to bring back the value system that was drifting away in the current education system to co-creation, competing with self rather than competing with each other, no other framework would have been more apt. So we picked up a handful of principles out of the 12 principles and have tried to incorporate it in our paper. So as you can see, it's marked with the green dots in the slide. And they are welcome change, work together, trust and support, face-to-face conversation, though we could not do it in person, thanks to technology, we could approach it through online platform, sustainable development, continuous attention, self-organizing team, and reflect and adjust. So now to address the question of why psychology, I will hand it over to my co-author, Shri Anand Chandran.
Thank you very much, Sunita. Why psychology? Children are like blank CD, and they acquire the behavior from the date of their conception. And they slowly start acquiring this behavior from the environment. And naturally, that has an impact in the psyche, which slowly develops their belief system about the self and the environment. This belief system could bring the best or worst in an individual. And this research focuses on the positive psychology of the students, what they have acquired from their childhood. So when we started with this research, we started identifying many models, many of the psychological models like the big 5 factors, MBTI, the trait theory, and my all-time favorite, the personality adaptation. It is difficult to mold the clay when it dries, as the adage goes. All of the above were focusing on the behavioral aspects of the adults, and personality adaptation model was the only one which was focusing on formation of behavior right from the childhood. And personality adaptation is based upon ego states in transaction analysis. Now let's first see what is an ego state is all about. So what is an ego state? Eric Berne, the father of transaction analysis, states ego state as a consistent pattern of feeling and experience directly related to a corresponding consistent pattern of behavior. So there are 3 ego states that you do have. So if you see to the left of the screen, so the parent ego state, the adult ego state, and the child ego state. So the parent ego state is what we copy it from our parents directly without any logic. So for this, I can quote a small story. So there was a husband, wife, and wife, whenever she cooks fish, she cuts the head and cooks the body part alone in a vessel. And the husband was surprised on seeing this. So he asked her, "What did you do that?" And the answer was very simple. She said that, "I don't know. Right from the day I knew, my mother used to cook like this." And then after some time, when he got a chance to meet the mother-in-law, he was asking the same question out of curiosity. It was like he was going crazy with that. So when he was asking, it was the same response from her as well. "I don't know. It was my mother who used to cook that way." And this guy was getting even more crazier. And when he got a chance to meet the grandma, he asked the same question. The grandma's answer was very simple. "That day when I cooked fish, I didn't have a bigger vessel, so I just had to cut the head and cook it separately and then cook the body separately." So that's how it happened. So now if you see, the mother and the daughter were using the replica of what the grandmother did. So there was no logic behind that. The grandmother had a logic why she did that. So what the grandmother did becomes the adult ego state, and the rest of the 2 comes from the parental ego state. So the parental ego state really helps us to establish the rules, setting boundaries, giving directions. Say they get into how do I say that, the judgmental part. They say that uh, uh, North India is not safe. Germans are technically strong. So they get into all such protocols or the judgments that they come from. And the child ego state is more about how we have been responding to the environment when we were children, and we replicate that over the years, over the period of time. And the adult ego state is, it's all about you review the situation objectively and respond in a non prejudicial manner. So a person in adult state takes the inputs from the current scenario, makes a logical decision, and then responds to the environment. So the other aspect of the ego states is the functional model that we do have to the right side. So from a parental ego state, the parent could be a nurturing parent or a critical parent. Of course, we have seen both of such scenarios in our lives. So when I say it as parental ego state, it doesn't mean our biological parent alone. It could be any parental figure. It could be the teachers, it could be the mentors, it could be the coaches, it could be the uncle, on anyone who is actually impacting our lives. And when it comes to the child ego state, so there are three states that you do have. So one is the adapted child, so which we typically listen to the parents or parental commands. Of course, that really sometimes help us during our marital life as well. So, and then the rebellious child, so negating all the commands that's coming from the parents, and then the free child. The free child is the one which is pretty spontaneous and tries to enjoy or tries to respond the way at that moment, whatever it decides, it does it. So this is the basics of the ego states, and based upon the ego states, how the personalities are formed. In the forthcoming slides, we'll look into that. Thank you, Sunita. So personality adaptation term is originated by Paul Ware, MD, and elaborated by Van Jones. So refers one of 6 basic adaptations individuals make in childhood in terms of how best survive and meet the expectations in one's family of origin. So there are 2 types of adaptations. One is the surviving adaptations, which we see here in the slide, and the following slide would be the performing one. So what is surviving adaptation? So surviving adaptations are responses to the first psychological issues that someone will have during the oral stages that Erik Erikson identified as the basic trust versus mistrust. So these are the adaptations or the child's responses as how best to take care of themselves when trust breaks down, when children can no longer trust the environment to meet their needs. So there are 3 types of adaptations: creative daydreamer, brilliant skeptic, and the charming manipulator. So first, let's go with the brilliant skeptic. And this is predominantly with respect to how the parenting has an impact on them. So the first we start with the just a moment, the creative daydreamer. So when the parenting is underdone, the parents are tentative in how they interact with the child. The child sends a tentativeness and is silent to make many demands to the parents. Positively, they become supportive of them, the parents, in the hope that the parents feel more secure and in turn take care of the child. So negatively, it withdraws stating, I won't need you and I will take care of things by myself. So here we take the positive aspects of the child when we do the matrix at some later point of time. And next comes the brilliant skeptic. When the parent is inconsistent, the parents interact with the child in an unpredictable manner. So the parents used to dump their emotions on the kids, irrespective of whether it's positive or negative. Sometimes they are supporting and loving, and sometimes angry and futile. So the behavior of the child, once which got a positive response, might not get the same response every other time. So it might vary from situation to situation. So as a result, the child feels uneasy and continually cautious. The child's response is to learn to be very careful in an attempt to maximize the possibility of getting a positive response from the parent. It tries to plan for all possible outcomes like a FMEA. So of course, most of us knew FMEA. FMEA is a method in which we look out for all the possible options something could fail, and we have the mitigation plan or the responses to that. So such a way, a brilliant skeptic would respond. And the third in the surviving comes the charming manipulator. So when the parenting is overdone, the parents interact with the child in an anticipatory manner. So often, even without the child ask for, they keep on doing something, getting them whatever they want, buying them food. So it is like they overdo the parenting. So they do this for the child even before the child is having a need. So the child learns to expect constant stimulation and without expectation anything from the parent. So this pattern breaks down when the parents are tired and not present for the kid. Of course, they can be pretty consistent when they are doing this. At this point, the child senses abandonment. So positively, if the child learns to promote, trying to get what it wants, immediately of whether the parent is available or not, it tries to take all the data points from the environment to see how it could get what it wants. On a negative aspect, yeah, that's very challenging. It starts to use the little professor. Little professor, by the term, what I mean is that sometimes the child tries to think effectively from whatever information it has got to manipulate itself to justify the way to approach to meet its needs. So the child believes its approach to be the righteous way. And now, next slide, we'll go to the performing adaptations. Thank you. Okay. Performing adaptations are more of a response to parental emphasis on appropriate behavior and expectations regarding the performance both in family and outside the environment. It's more of a conditioning of the child. We are from forward cast. We have to score 498 out of 500. You should get a seat in Anna University, and then you have to go for the campus interview. You have to get into TCS, CTS, Infosys, whatever it is, and then you have to get married. You have to buy a plot near Tambaram. So these kind of instruction that always which comes from the parents is all about the performing adaptation. So there are three performing adaptations: playful resistor, responsible workaholic, and enthusiastic overreactor. So let's start with the playful resistor. The parents often from the position, they say that it's my way or the highway, and most likely the child response is no way. So the result is a power struggle in which no one wins. The child concludes we have to struggle to survive. So most of the attention the child receives is through the conflict with the parents. This playful resistor put a lot of energy in struggling. So they're critical of the behavior from the parents and fight back from the child. So positive side of this is that we're talking about the nurturing parent when we talk about the ego states. So the nurturing parent playfully explains how important, why it has to be done in a particular way, and leads by example. So the child moves from the rebellious state to the adapted child, and it responds really well. So normally, if you see, the father would be the controlling parent or the critical parent, and the mother would be the nurturing parent. Of course, sometimes the role changes. Okay. In this case, you could always see that the adaptation would be in a particular way with the father and the particular way with the mother. So the mother would play the nurturing role, and normally you could see that the child responsible to the mother. So these are the basic reasons why the child behaves in a particular way to a particular parent or a particular person in a particular scenario. Next comes the responsible workaholic. So these are the 498 out of 500 guys. The responsible workaholics are obsessive compulsive. So major emphasis was more on doing it right than doing it itself. So if you see right from day one, these children don't enjoy their education. So they are mentally prepared for the 498 out of 500. I'm just giving an example. Okay, you could relate it to the individual cases as well. With this adaptation, there was often an emphasis on perfection. So individuals who developed these adaptations were supposed to be the good boys and good girls. You should be like that guy. You should be like that Bragadish or Sevaram in the next street. This guy wakes up in the morning by 3:30 and he studies for 3 hours and then goes to school, comes back. He spends at least 8 hours. He got second rank in CA, All India. So those are the guys who would be this typical responsible workaholics. So they were praised for being the model child. So they learned to equate worth and value with having mother and father's approval. As a result, they put a lot of energy into being model citizens and doing well. Next comes the enthusiastic overreactor or histrionic. So the male with these adaptations are supposed to be the mother's confidant and companion, and while females were supposed to be daughter's little princess. So both of them get most of the strokes as children for being cute, delightful and loving. But keeping others happy is a behavior that they can engage in without a great deal of thought and still get the maximum number of strokes from others. So typically the scenarios where it's a single mom, single parent, a mom or the dad, or the disjoint families. So we could see that the son would be the confidant for the mom and then the daughter for the father. So typically an example in which we can relate to enthusiastic overreactor. So they learn to be emotionally attentive to others. In that process, they spend a lot of energy pleasing others. So when they're appreciated for the being and motivated for the doing, they become excellent performers. So these would typically form the doers. On the next slide, we'll go ahead with the approach. Thank you. So the approach what we used for this paper is outlined here. The first and foremost step, once we decided to work on this paper, was to finalize on the psychological model as we discussed earlier, which we would weave into Agile, which resulted in the matrix to help us create the squads. Agile and personal adaptations are two aspects which when synergized can give the best results. On one hand, Agile focuses on the dynamic aspects of a system, at the same time focuses on the results. It focuses more towards the mindset behavioral change, and an ideal concept when transformed into different aspects of life can bring in phenomenal results. And this paradigm shift is what is needed for the educational system to be revamped into a different arena. So that's how we got into Agile and personal adaptation, how they were synergized together. And then we'll talk about the matrix. So the matrix outlined here has 6 personality adaptations which can be mapped as enablers or doers. So based on the responses to Joint's personality adaptation questionnaire that we used, and in-depth study on the characteristics of each of this personality adaptation, they were categorized into enablers and doers. So this split is purely based on the characteristics of the personality adaptation and not limiting the students as enablers or doers, as to some point in time. The enablers would need to be the doers, and doers at some stage can also be the enablers. So here by enablers and doers who can enable the system to do much better, typically the managers, the scrum masters, or anyone who can play the role. And doers would be the typical team who actually gets into action, would be more operational that we talk about. So in this scenario, we are talking about enablers and doers, more like enablers are the students who do well and also helping the other students to do well. And the doers would be like who are following it and then doing well. So we are trying to map the concept of enablers and doers from Agile to the educational system. And then we come to the formation of squads in the educational system. Thank you. So the matrix and the previous course of the students were the key inputs for the formation of squads we took for our first research. So we formed a squad of 8 members, and we had around 5 squads for the control group. Each squad had minimum of 1 enablers and the rest were doers. From an implementation part, we went to the school to give an overview on what we intend to do and had to get the buy-in from the management, teachers, and especially the students, particularly. Once the approval was obtained, so a social contract was developed and agreed upon with the team on how we would connect, what is expected out of the team, and what would be the governance structure that was agreed upon. One of the challenge here was with the students, interestingly. So it is about, so if you see, the first bench would have formed a group, the middle bench would have formed a group, and the last bench have formed a group. And there are resistance from the students to interact with when we form the squads. So it is a combination of all the three, like we form a World Cup cricket team where you have 3 batsmen, 3 bowler, 1 wicket keeper batsman, and 3 all-rounders kind of stuff. So people were not initially so happy, and the buy-in was challenging. And then we really have to get on with the nurturing parent within us to explain them why we are doing this exercise and how it might benefit them in the short term and in the long term. And then gradually that mindset behavior change started happening. So whenever I hear about this word mindset behavioral change, so as Sunita rightly pointed out, it has to be started at a very earlier stage, so that they have this tendency and flexibility to get into this mindset behavioral change. So that's one of the key learning that we had. And there are a lot of other challenges, the results and the conclusion part. So to throw some light on the same, I would pass on the baton back to Sunita. Thank you very much. And over to you, Sunita.
Thank you, Sri Anand. So when we look at the challenges, while we were researching for this paper, we found that there were more papers on psychology separately and agile separately, but both together was not available. So the psycho-agilical involving psychological aspects coupled with agile was first of its kind, and we had to pave our way through this. So, and if you also look at it, the personality adaptation is a huge ocean on its own, and bringing down few aspects to the scope of this paper was also challenging. The second challenge was, the third challenge was identifying school and talking to them into it, because most of the schools were only concerned about the marks and pass percentages, because that's how they've been for the past almost a decade. Then we had to talk to the parents to agreeing, to take their wards to be part of the research, because again, the so-called marks part of it was a huge challenge. The mindset had to be changed. Then came the part of keeping the children motivated, because bringing them back to the mindset of sharing and helping the team was a challenge, because they have been only focusing on their self for so many years. If you actually look at it rather from birth, if they have been single children. If we move on to the results, the chart below is the distribution of 6 personality adaptations in a controlled group. And it was quite interesting to see that a major chunk, that is more than 50%, were playful resistors and enthusiastic overreactors who were doers. So the enablers were 19%, which actually made our life easy to form the squads, because we wanted to have only one enabler and more doers. So the concept of doers and enablers are interchangeable, like mentioned by Sri, as per the situation. So as situational leadership emerges, newer individual will be assuming new roles of leaders. The doers may have to take the coordination and the leading roles as well. So many a time in most of the organizations in a project, we may see there is a change of roles during the process of evolution. The planner may not foresee all contingencies, but at those instances, emerging leaders take on the role as doers. So if I may take an example from cricket, at time it may not be the captain who will be leading, but one of the player who usually does the enabler role. He may be the wicket keeper motivating the bowler and guiding him to take wickets, or the man at the mid-on position guiding the bowler to bowl at the correct delivery. They all become enablers at that time. Moreover, when you're joining a new group, you may be a doer where you would have been an enabler in your previous assignment. So therefore, there is a balance which is needed to groom the children to learn both the roles, seamlessly transit from one to the other if they have to grow into multicultural and multiple roles. So this example further reconfirms that the concept of shifting an ego state based on the situation also takes place. So the next slide talks about the comparison of the pre and post experiment. The marks. What we did initially was we took the average marks of the students before forming the squad, and then we also took the average marks of the students after forming the squad. So the initial split of the toppers and average performers and below average performers was around 23, 48, and 30 respectively, where we saw a 7% increase in the overall scores of the team. The below average performers moved as average performers and average moved as toppers. Though from a percentage point of view, if you look at it, the average performers have remained the same, but the improvement has been seen in the toppers and the below average performers. So in this slide, we have statistically validated the pre and post results. If you see, the p-value is more than 0.05, it's around 3 point something. So hence our hypothesis of the status quo was rejected, and our null hypothesis of squad formation having a significant impact on their performance was accepted. So now moving on to the conclusion. To further prove that the squads had significant impact on the results of the students, we conducted a small challenge by giving similar tasks to the control group and the regular group of students. So it was observed that in the controlled group, conflict of interest was managed better. Enablers were able to motivate themselves as well as influence the doers. As a group had developed mutual trust, confidence, respect for each other. So this was not found in the case of a normal group, where the focus was more on individuals. So the result of this experimental research is a comprehensive model called psychoagilical, which we plan to copyright and trademark. So this term is unique, and it's a combination of psychology in the form of personality adaptations and ego states, and the agile in the form of enablers, doers, and squads. So this model would be beneficial for parents, students, and educational institutions, where the students nurture each other, coexist, co-create, and emerge as future leaders. And addition to this, maybe that the students could be, awarded extra points for coaching their peers from enablers' perspective, and for doers for improving their performance. This would be a motivating factor and could be a cadence mechanism as well. So the wider aspect of personality adaptation, which can be coupled with agile framework, is really vast and deep. And so a deep dive could lead to future research papers as well. So before we take on to the questions, we would like to extend our gratitude to few people. So over to you, Sri.
Thank you very much, Sunita. So yeah, see, there was a situation. White paper was a taboo, so we are afraid to write white papers, and it is like only the studious guys can do that. So you need to have a lot of knowledge. Of course, you need to have a lot of knowledge for sure. I don't say anything. So when such things are going on, so there was one person, Dr. C. Selvan, our Deputy Vice President, Service Center India, Renault-Nissan Technology Business Center, is currently working there. So he always pushes us, guys, you have to think beyond, and whatever ideas we have, he has to say that you have to put it as a paper, you have to patent this, and we really didn't have a clue where to start from. So after this, over the coffee discussion with Sunita, when we started with this, we wanted to write a white paper. We don't know where to start, how to start. And as they always say, when the student is ready, the master appears. That's when Padma called us and spoke to us about this conference. So it was a fact of scenario like where we want to be a part of the admin team, and also we want to do the white paper. And then she motivated us to write the white paper. So special thanks to Padma and Selvan, who sowed the seed. So our profound thanks to him. And our guide and pillars of support that's coming from the family and very good friend of mine and our Kitan team, Mr. Kishore Kumar Bhatt, Colonel R. Satyanarayanan, and Mr. Praveen Chandran. So whatever we do, so they do appreciate us, they do correct us, they do provide their valuable inputs, and my sincere thanks to all the three of them. What is Sunita?
Thank you, Shri. And again, I would like to extend our thanks to the chairperson, Professor Dr. Vanati Balasubramanian, our discussant, Mr. Anbu Joseph, without whom we wouldn't have progressed this far, and the entire conference team. You all have become an extended family for us in this journey. So thank you so much.
So the humble starts with the ERA team, and we follow humble big time, Shruti. So I think you'd be so happy with that. So it's like, see, that has always been a healthy discussion. There was no competition between the team, and we were supporting each other's thoughts, each other's ideas, appreciate honestly the ideas, and we were trying to help each other. So I wish we continue this forum into ERA Conference 2021 and so on, and see how we can bring in more thoughts and ideas, and bring in more papers, bring in more people into this. So now we have reached the finish line. That's a happy, relaxed state that we do have. Thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you very much. Over to you.
So we have listed the references. Now we are open for questions.
Awesome. This was so good. It just filled my heart. I just want to say that. This was so.
Thank you, Shruti.
Seriously, very good concept and very good presentation.
Yeah, it's a very deep thinking has gone into it, and I'm actually surprised how they completed this in 4 to 5 months.
Actually, Nagini, we started it sometime back. I mean, the concept and everything was developed really, much earlier. We were just waiting to test it somewhere, and only the test phase happened in 4 to 5 months. But the concept happened way before in 2019 itself. So the idea was already there. We were just trying to find out, put things in place and, start developing that. So
ERA is where you hit the sixer with the topic, right?
Great work. I have to say, appreciate even the difference between the other research papers and this is evident because of the background you have got from Vanati, and it is evident, like, she has structured it in such a way it is ready for an academic kind of a presentation as well. I have to appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yeah. So Shruti,
yeah,
if we can go with the questions already posted and then yours, it's
sure,
fine with you?
Sure. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, okay. And Nashat, you want to ask your question or shall I read it?
Thanks, Anbu. So my question was, and first of all, brilliant. It's just brilliant. I don't have any other words. Touches the hearts. It's emotionally right, and it's so brilliant. And my question is, we see in a lot of other countries, social contribution to the society is embedded in their curriculum. It's formally embedded in their curriculum. In fact, it is one of the criterias to enter into higher education. But India has not been following, or I don't see any, except a few international schools, I don't see this culture. So during your research, have you been able to understand as to why we are lagging behind with respect to this? Can you throw some light on that, please?
Okay, like I had already said, it's actually a mindset change wherein the parents see. If you look at it, when we were kids and we were studying NASA, getting a 75% was like, or 80% was like, wow, you've got a distinction. You are like, really good and all that. But now the competition has increased. So who is responsible for the competition? We as parents, because we keep pushing the limit. We keep pushing, a lot of things saying that you cannot get anything below a specific mark. 99% is also not enough. Okay, so it is all, I think it is the societal pressure. It's the way the education system itself is developed, is designed. So probably fundamentally, we need to make a complete shift in the entire system itself. So somewhere we have to start. There are few schools, like, when we were discussing about this, Padma did mention that, there is a school where her children study in that school, where fundamental things are re-emphasized. And the other day we were talking to an advocate friend of mine, and in their son's school, there are no exams till 8th standard. But as parents, do we look for that? If a school is not giving homework during a holiday, there are 10 different people who keep saying that, why have you not given any homework? Can you give any holiday homework? So it is more like parents have become busy with their work. They want the children to just keep studying, or keep them engaged. To keep them engaged, it's better to learn, or to keep studying. And the competition also has come up. So it is a combination of all the factors. There is a lot of societal pressure as well.
And
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And to add on to what Sunita has been saying and answering Nazar's question, I'll start with a real-time scenario, Nazar. So initially when I started about Agile in my organization, there have been huge resistance to that. So what I did was that, so I formed a small team where we started working Agile, and then with results, we then approached the management. And the moment they started seeing the results, they became greedy. So what I could see is that we have to be the change what we want to have in life. So in this scenario, for example, so whomsoever is there in this conference, so we have to take a pledge how we can replicate this concept, how we can start it from us. So once we start doing it, yeah, from the moment we take a decision till we get a result, there would be enormous amount of pressure from our own kith and kin, from our spouses, from our own family. Okay, when we resist all those pressure and we see the results, automatically more people will come into the system. So that is how we can bring about this mindset behavioral change. Because tomorrow I'm just going to take this paper, getting into the government office, asking them, come on, I have an excellent idea. They will throw it to the dustbin. So I know the ground reality. Of course, everyone knows it here. So let us bring about the change in us. Let us bring about the value system with our own kids. Okay, worst case, what will happen is that at least our kids will follow this, and our kids will not get into the rat race. So they would be good citizens, good human beings, immediately of at work or in their personal life, they can come up successfully. And this is one aspect of it. Of course, we need to have people like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So we are big fan of him. So let us see.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay. So who could take this idea to the next levels? It might not be here. Say, for example, the CM in Andhra or Telangana, he is doing a great job. So can we take it to them? Can we write to the PM cell? Let us knock the doors till we get results for this. Okay, that's a pledge what I have taken. So in whatever way I can nurture the kids, I personally mentor kids. Okay, it's my passion. I don't do it for money. So like this, how do we do that? How do we bring a strong society of youngsters? That is the best thing that we can give it to the next generation. Okay, so I think I have answered your question, Nazar, over here.
Hey, I have a thought from what you have expressed here, Anand. So
Yeah.
we have seen yesterday, Kiran has given us that framework of, how do you take an idea or product agility. He was the last one he was having is a mic where he was saying you have to get it into the people's mind. So I think you have to start recording the videos before and after these control groups are formed about the same children.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have to make it like a small video, and you have to start playing it wherever you want to go and show it, instead of reading through your paper and going through your 20 slides or 16 slides.
Excellent.
That one video has to talk what you are going to do.
Yeah. And
Well,
also we could take it up to the government schools, because the buy-in from the government schools would be much easier and better, and the schools from down south could be much better. So we have to explore this. Probably that it myself could be a white paper on its own. Who knows?
See, what I would say is I have worked on these kind of scenarios with some of the government schools.
Okay.
And what we have done is, one influential person who has to see your video, you have to identify. and then you have to get this. See, I'm giving you one live example which we have done in the PMI India Hyderabad chapter. Okay, what we did is we wanted to do this project management in schools for children before they cross their 10th standard. So what we did is student leadership building. We have completed that as a one curriculum, and we have presented it to the then governor of Andhra Pradesh, who was Rosaya.
Okay.
Actually, he was impressed with this kind of a video and the presentation and the model we have created. He just went ahead and got a government order that this has to be implemented as a vocational course in schools, all the government primary and secondary schools. You know what happened? 3 years until the government changed and the bifurcation of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh happened. This government rule order has been done for every year.
Wonderful.
So I'm just giving you one clue. That is how you have to find out who is the best person to impress and get all your armor. Just go 5 minutes they'll give you. You have to impress them.
Yeah.
Elevator pitch, that
It's a must.
simple video, and then what you want to achieve.
Sure.
If they are impressed, then you are there everywhere.
Thanks.
But all the best.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Surely we'll make an attempt.
Thanks,
So,
Nagini.
yeah, we are open for ideas, and let's ensure that we don't want to stop this just with a white paper. We want the entire nation to get benefited with this, or even other countries. So we are just trying to see how we could replicate this. With all your thoughts, with our best efforts and God's grace, we should be in a position to do this.
Shri Anand and Sunita, if you obviously, I'm sure you're planning this on large scale. At some
Yeah, we are all ready.
Yeah, so I would love to join your team. Whatever best that I can do for the kids along with you, it would be my pleasure and honor.
Be
And
rest
one
assured,
more.
Nasrat, this will be the first team we will reach out to because, like I said, this has become more like an extended family. So you guys will be the first one to reach out.
Hey, Sulita and Anand, one more small tip is, first disclaimer has to be no money is involved.
Yeah, that's true.
Because until and unless government sees that, they won't even entertain your 5 minutes of speech. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for all the questions. I think we are 5:25, so we'll go with the second paper.
And can you accommodate one more question which was on there?
Yeah.
Since we have time.
Shruti was wanted to ask some question. Yeah, Shruti, please.
Firstly, like Nagini said, I was making notes while you were presenting, and my first was in a box I've written trailer, because kids are the most amazing things people want to watch on video. And if there is anything that is changing in the kids, that is definitely something that needs to have a trailer. Like Nagini said, I've worked with 10 schools 2 years ago to I'm an electronics engineer, but we learn electronics only after the pursuable BTech degree, right? But kids don't learn that. So I created a curriculum for electronics for 3 grades for a school and work with 10 schools in Secunderabad. So I have a similar experience that Nagini said, of course, not so large scale, but trailer is something that I wrote that will be amazing if you can make that the difference between the kids. My question is, you mentioned the child ego state. Maybe it's my lack of knowledge in the thing, but I want you to clarify this, please. Is there a study that shows the pros and cons of the child ego state having some sort of future? So if the ego state is at this level, then the future could be, like, is there a possibility to identify the future state for a high child ego state? Does that question make sense?
Okay, I would answer your question in a different way, Shruti.
Yeah.
So as I said, probably from the mythology how Abhimanyu learned the Chakravyuha, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So like this, what happens is that, so that is the reason they always say that the pregnant mother has to be pretty peaceful. She has whatever she does in that 8-9 months is the starting point what the kid has. And then the learning for the kid starts from 0 till the age of 7, approximately. I'm not telling the exact age, approximately. So it tries to see and perceive the environment and forms its own belief system. Okay, so for example, a guy with a beard is pinching that kid always. So when the child turns 25 or 30, for no reason it will get irritated on seeing a person having a beard. It really doesn't have a clue about that. Okay, so I have seen such cases when people come for therapy to me. So how we are going to incorporate this? The parenting plays an excellent role, and then the kindergarten teachers plays a wonderful role in bringing up these children. So the confidence of the children could be made or break at that point of time. So instead of predict a prediction model kind of thing, what I would suggest is that, so that parenting has to happen. So for example, I do premarital counseling and postmarital counseling, and when I do this, I touch upon the topics about parenting. So people have to be mentally prepared to have a kid. And say for example, if it's an illegitimate kid, so the kid might not be wanted during the pregnancy period. So the kid has suicidal tendencies. The kid might be like, I'm not wanted. It will have a very strong belief system, I'm not wanted by the society. So any amount of love and affection given to the kid will reject that at the age of 5, at the age of 10, 15, 20, and 25. So this pattern has to be broken, and it will become very difficult when they come for therapy, because you have to backtrack all the traces, you have to erase that, and you have to reparent that kid. That's a challenging thing. So in my eyes, the parents and the teachers play an excellent role in bringing up the future of the kid.
No, I completely agree with that. I agree with that. I'm sorry, I don't want to take much time, but just one more quick question is, kids have high resilience taken for granted. We all know that they're very strong, they're very determined. However, when we talk about enablers, the kids being enablers, they can be undermined when they are being an enabler as well. They might not see value in it. So I think one of the challenges that you saw was also motivation. So how do you motivate an enabler to continue to be an enabler in the future? So they might have to be a doer at times, they might have to switch back, but how do you encourage them enough to switch back to be an enabler?
Wonderful point. See, sometimes, as you rightly said, they try to shut off the child ego state, and they become into the parent and adult ego state alone. So, for example, if there is going to be a single mother or a disjoint family, what happens is that the elder brother takes the role of a parent at the age of 7 itself. Okay, so he becomes an enabler. So he also have child needs? Are these child needs getting met? Probably you will never see that. Okay, so you need to ensure that it's okay to be enablers. Sometimes I will go to the back seat, I will also be the doer. Okay, I can relax myself, I just will take care of my child needs. For example, see, for if I take me as an example, so sometimes I go back to my child ego state. When it rains, I just go drenched, I have fun, I do everything. So I'm ensuring that my free child is alive. So we also need to ensure that everyone's free child is alive. So when you are stressed, do 3 things. What you have done as a child that gives you happiness. It could be eating an ice cream. Okay, you don't need to be so well mannered to eat an ice cream, having a tissue paper, touching this. You don't need to do that. It's okay to lick your fingers. Okay.
No, I think that's something that we understand in today's day and age. But if it's a 7-year-old child, how do you motivate that child to be an enabler?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That point. See, that point is that, say, on one hand, we are talking about. Of course, we're not talking about a 7-year-old child. So this experiment was done in the middle school. It's around 11, 12 years.
11, 12. Yeah.
11, 12 years. So it's a value system that we say them. It's a value system we say them. It's okay to share. It's okay to care. That small act of kindness really helps you. So that wow moment, they feel it.
Yeah.
And as an individual, how I do that is that I lead by example. It is not like I'm saying something, Shruti, you have to do this, and I follow something else.
Yeah.
Okay. I do it. I have that wow moment. My children does it. They have that wow moment. I share it to you people. You do it. And then mostly the children doesn't learn anything from outside. They learn from their parents. The verbatim what we use, our body language what we use, the way we stare, the way we abuse people when we are driving. Okay. So we are the primary responsible for the children to learn. So, for example, I used to cry. Okay, it's okay to cry because some families they say that men don't cry. Okay, that is how they always stay as enablers. They don't do us.
Those are biases. Those are
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you need to break each and every such point so that they become so natural in their life.
Yeah,
So they can see through.
I think Albert Einstein had said that if people are good only because they fear punishment or they hope for a reward, then we are a sorry lot of humans indeed. So I
Exactly.
think apart from those two things, if we can have anything that is a motivator for a child, then nothing like it. I think it's pure gold. But amazing paper. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a
Shruti, can
lot.
I add a few words with whatever Sriram has told? I am Colonel Satyanarayanan.
Thank you for joining.
Hi.
Thank you for joining, Satya.
I had been interacting with around 800 to 900 participants. We don't call them as a student when I was posted in a College of Defense Management. What we have seen is the student ego state is not only what impact you get in the childhood, but during the growing up stage also, when you see the easy way out of a problem by throwing tantrums.
Right.
So the many bosses you would have come across who would have had similar type of things. When they have to go get a job done, they may throw tantrums. So they are still in the child ego state. So in the transaction way of getting a work done, people keep shifting, transiting from parent to adult to child ego.
Yeah.
That's one. Second thing, what you were talking about was how to get this younger children to become enablers. The family system or the way we bring up kids as on days are mainly focused upon negative feedback loops. Whenever a child is trying to do anything, what you do is tell no.
Yeah.
So you kill the initiative of the child when it's in the childhood itself. So it's afraid to experiment or do something. Until and unless it is going to cause harm to the child or somebody, you should allow the child to learn by its experiment.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the result, because nobody is perfect. A child will start learning, because when a child starts painting red color to a tree, we tell no, this should be green. So the imagination is killed then and there itself. So allow them. Regarding my comments which I have put, we used to have a system of a ecological club in our college, wherein we used to get the children together for the weekends, and we used to teach them about ecology as well as other things. So one of the thing we had was a traffic constable from Hyderabad. Police was allowed to come and give a lecture on following the rules, and we formed these groups of children and allowed them to create their own 2 minutes say drama type, skit type of things, and they came with fantastic ideas. These groups were not controlled at all. One parent each was just assigned so that he can just refine, but the ideas belong to the student. So we came to know how many enablers are there within the group itself. So it is an opportunity which we have to create to children and allow them to grow. If we are able to do that, then we'll have people of more enablers, which India wants as of now. Otherwise, the formal education system is more of doers. That's why we are lagging behind in most of the fields.
I completely agree. I completely agree with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your words. It's really realistic. I have heard that why we are always consuming the products from outside, why we are not creating rather than working for those products, right? That's the state. Now we are in the take a next level of many product developments here in India. Very nice. Thank you for your words. Can you please proceed, Anbu?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone for your interactions and questions and answers. And also I want to thank the researchers once again, Sri Anand and Shunita, for a wonderful presentation. Yeah. So proceeding to the next research paper by Sanjana. So I'm going to share the screen. Okay. This is also a wonderful paper on how agility can be applied to the trainings, right? So, so about Sanjana. Sanjana is the founder of Interactive Learning Solutions. She has been a business analyst mentor and coach for over a decade now. And she has impacted over 1,000 plus business analysts through her training programs. She is an avid Agile enthusiast. She is passionate about exploring innovative ways in which Agile can be applied to derive tangible and measurable learning outcomes. In this paper, she transforming learning through agility. She explores how Agile principles can be applied to competency-based certification programs to achieve the desired results. Over to you, Sanjana.
Sajana, you're on mute, Sajana.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Anbu, for the introduction. I'll just share my screen. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. I'm Sajna Binil, and I'm presenting my research paper on transforming learning through agility. So I've spent close to a decade in the learning and development sector now, and I'm quite vigilant about the challenges that the sector faces. So being an agile enthusiast, when I first started interactive learning solutions, I decided to have the key focus of the organization to maximize the value that's delivered to our customer. And I started exploring ways in which I can achieve that. So this paper is an outcome of some of the investigations that I carried out this year as well as last year to understand, to measure the effectiveness of my training programs and how better I can improve the results. So that's the key focus of this paper. So just to give you a background, learning and development sector has seen exponential growth in the past few years. Why? Because organizations started realizing that the true key success for their business lies in the quality of human resources that they have in the organization. So they started exploring different ways in which they can attract and retain this talent. So the way that they found was to create a value-based culture that will help people develop their skills and capabilities that could motivate employees and keep them engaged, and in turn would help the organization build their own brand. So that's the reason we have seen so much of growth in this particular sector, because organizations started investing heavily in nurturing, providing the right environment for their employees to grow to the next level leaders. So then came the challenge. Now, the key challenge that was facing most of the learning and development professionals was twofold. Okay. The first one, to design a program that's aligned to the business goals and helps an organization improve its performance. The second one was to devise reliable metrics or methods that can help measure the effectiveness of these training initiatives. So we as an organization, we helped corporates with this twofold challenge. We help them design programs that's aligned with their business goals and devised mechanisms in which we could actually measure the effectiveness of these programs. So what we did is, the first set of learning programs that we came up with were purely knowledge-based learning program, which is the traditional classroom style which you see in most of the organizations, wherein the instructor teaches a concept and the students can ask questions and interact and gain knowledge. So this was the first set which we had launched several years ago. And we found that these learning programs were effective in filling the knowledge gap in that individual. They were they scored well in filling the knowledge gap. However, what they lacked was in building a competency in an individual. So certain roles like a business analyst role, project manager's role, require an individual to develop a certain competency. And I personally believe that you can develop a competency in an individual only if you, the knowledge that you translate in a training program, if you put that knowledge into practice, that helps you develop a skill or a competency in an individual. So just by just giving knowledge to someone, it does not necessarily develop into a skill. So we have to put the knowledge into practice. So with that in mind, we started doing the second type of learning programs, that's competency based learning programs, where the focus was on building skills or competencies in an individual. See, we rolled out customized competency learning programs for corporates based on their requirements. And in these programs, we used to have a lot of activities to be done, a lot of assignments, a lot of deliverables to be produced by the learners. And in certain programs, we also ran a 1-month boot camp where the employees could actually put all the knowledge into practice and send deliverables back to the trainer, where the trainer can review and give feedback. So that was the second competency-based learning programs. As business needs changed, as industry, as popularity of the professional certifications increased in the market, there was a requirement from corporates, most of the corporates, that they have a mandate to get their employees, X amount of employees, CBAP certified or PMP certified on a quarterly basis. So there came these professional certifications. So we rolled out competency-based certification programs. So wherein we, being endorsed training providers, we aligned our programs with the exam curriculum that's prescribed by the accrediting body, be it IIB or PMI. So we took the exam curriculum and developed our programs based on the curriculum. And here the objective was twofold: develop competencies in the individual, as well as give them all the knowledge that's required to help them clear the certification. Okay. So these were a couple of programs that we had launched for our corporates, keeping in mind specific needs and requirements of our customers. Now came the challenge. When we started measuring, how do we measure the effectiveness of this program? So I spoke about 3 different programs that we had rolled out to corporates based on their specific needs. We now started measuring the effectiveness of this program. Some amount of this measurement was done last year, some this year. And we used the very popular evaluation model, but that is the Kirkpatrick's training evaluation model. It's a very popular model developed by Donald Kirkpatrick. So this model says that you can evaluate the effectiveness of a training program on 4 different levels. Okay. So the first level being the reaction level, wherein you can gauge the effectiveness of a program purely by looking at the reaction of the participants, how well the participants have been receiving your program, how much they are interacting in the classroom, how many questions they are asking. So this level 1 was very easy for us to gauge, because we used to circulate feedback forms at the end of the training programs, which had most of the questions related to that. And we were very easily we could capture this metrics. Level 2, which said you can gauge the effectiveness of a program on the learning level. That is the degree to which the participants have acquired knowledge or skills in your program. Now for that, what we did is we devised quizzes that we used to circulate before the training, and the quizzes post the training, and we used to capture the delta, how much is the knowledge gained. Also the course completion, how many students who enrolled actually completed the course, that became another parameter. Then the certifications, how many students went ahead for the certification, the final certification, that became another parameter, and several others. On the level 3 third level, this model says that you can do a behavioral assessment also to gauge the effectiveness of your program, which said that participants, you can gauge the degree to which the participants have applied what they learned on the job. So now this, you can capture this level 3 assessment by engaging with their line managers after 2 months or 3 months of a training. You can decide the time period and you can engage with the line managers and capture if the training has really made a difference in the performance of that employee. And the level 4 assessment, this is quite difficult to capture the organization level, because the organization level also there has to be specific metrics that should tell you whether your training has been effective at level 4. So this is these are results, organizational results at level 4, wherein the percentage of improvement in productivity, the customer satisfaction, improvement in customer satisfaction rating, these kind of metrics come into play at level 4. So for you to gauge the effectiveness at level 4, it's a little difficult, because the organization needs to have specific metrics capturing the training program from the training program per se. Like for example, if you're rolling out business analysis training program, each of these metrics have to be defined from the business analysis per se. Okay, so for evaluating the effectiveness of our programs, we used this Kirkpatrick's model, and here were some findings. So I'll talk about the problem that we faced when we saw the result of the evaluation. So now our knowledge-based programs, which were the traditional classroom style programs, had a good score in the evaluation model. Competency-based learning programs had an excellent score because the learners were constantly engaged during the learning program, and they did a lot of activities. So everybody left the program with a very happy feeling, thinking that, okay, we have developed some skills and we can apply it right on the job. We now know how to create a requirement, or we now know how to engage with stakeholders and all of that. Okay. But the challenge was with competency-based certification programs. We found that these competency-based certification programs, although could achieve the outcome of developing a competencies, developing skills, the final percentage of students who actually appeared for the examination was significantly low. So if I'm training a batch of 10 students, there might be just 1 or 2 students who actually went for the examination. So that was the challenge. We saw that although we could achieve results for other programs, knowledge-based and which were pure competency-forced, customized programs, these competency programs which were linked to professional certifications like CBAP, ECBA, these kind of programs gave us a significantly low rating, because like I said, only 20% of the students actually appeared for these examinations. So our next step was to explore, to investigate, to figure out what we can do to solve the problem. So we interviewed around 30 students who had attended our training programs a year ago. So they had attended a ECBA training program a year ago, and when they had attended the program, they were all geared up. Yes, after this program, I'm going to give my certification exam, and they showed immense level of confidence, and throughout the training program, they interacted well, answered questions and all. So which made us feel that, okay, a significant amount will actually get the certificate. But to a surprise, when we reached out to them after a year, we found that all of these guys, none of them have even attempted the exam. Okay, so we interviewed them to figure out as to what went wrong, and was there anything wrong with our program, or what are the other factors that stopped you, that deterred you from going ahead. So this is a chart that is showing you some of the reasons which were cited by students. Okay, so 25% students said that they could not manage time. They could not distribute time efficiently between their existing work and the exam preparation. So poor time management. They said we couldn't do it, on a regular basis, and then we dropped the idea. Some said they were too busy right now with projects running into hectic schedule, so they have delayed it, just postponed it, but they plan to give it in the future. Some 15% said that they had fear and anxiety for the exam. They said due to the high level of complexity involved in these exams, made them less confident. And after the training programs, although during the training programs they gave the right answers and engaged fully with the class, at the end of the training program, somehow they developed a fear, saying that, okay, if I did not clear the examination, I will lose out all the money for the exam. So most of these professional certifications have a high exam fees, and that was one of their concern, that we'll lose out all the money. So this gave them a lot of anxiety, and they never could make up their mind to go for the certification. Another 25% said complete lack of focus. They said when they opened the book, they were completely lost. They couldn't focus. They hardly read 1 or 2 pages and then closed the book and opened the book probably after 1 week. So they could not focus. 10% said they lacked guidance. They said that after the training program, there should be a guide associated with us till we completed our certification program. So if someone would have guided at every step, maybe we would have given our certification. And 10% said lack of motivation. There was no push. So we cannot work as self-motivated people. It's really difficult, because I understand that part also, because they are relatively new in the industry. Just most of them are freshers who are giving this ECBA examination, entry-level examination. So they said they needed a push from somewhere, and because they didn't get it, they kept on postponing it. Let's do it later. So after 1 year, they had still not given the examinations. So these were a couple of reasons for failure that we captured from students who did not give this examination. Then we carried out an experiment. To solve this issue, we decided to carry out a small experiment to figure out actually whether our agile principles can be applied and to improve the learning outcome. So one of our learning outcome for this kind of program was miserably failing, which is like helping employees achieve their certification. So we had to address it. So we decided to carry out an experiment with 10 students. These students had completed their training program a year ago with us, but still not given their certification. So we got them together and told them, hey, if you're really determined to give this examination, let's form a group. Let's be together. You'll get all the guidance that's required. You'll get all the entire environment that's required to complete your certification. And let's see how it goes. But you should be determined to achieve this. So a group of 10 came together, and I formed this group. Decided to apply some agile concepts here. So we formed during this team formation phase. We formed study groups. Now these groups, keep in mind, were formed after the training. Like I said, they had undergone my training 1 year back. And I created a learning goal for them, weekly learning goals. Weekly targets were set for them, telling them that what they have to complete on a weekly basis, the chapters that they have to complete on a weekly basis, and explain them this entire model and how they need to maintain accountability with each other. If one of the team member is lagging behind, how they need to give him the right push to get him in place, and all of that. One key thing I told them was also go ahead and register for the exam, okay, and arrive on a common exam date, okay. So this was very, very crucial. I told them, for this model to be successful, you need to have adequate commitment, guys. So you have to register for the exam and arrive on your exam date, well, whichever date you are comfortable in giving. Now, as a mentor, I ensured that they had all the resources in terms of the books and the mock tests. Everything was given to them so that they can practice, and nothing stopped them from giving the examination. And so guidance was given. I also made them draft a working agreement just to bring that team spirit in place, just so that they develop enough focus and commitment, and there is determination. So I said, draft a working agreement that you guys will all work together as a team, and you will be the weekly goals that I've created for you yourself, for each one of you, those weekly goals you are going to achieve together. If anyone is lagging behind, it's your responsibility to push that person. And if there is a serious obstacle, you need to inform me. I can guide you accordingly. And all of that instructions were given. So a study plan, we created a study plan for the entire group, which we called the backlog, which I felt would give them better time management skills. So in the backlog, against every chapter was indicated the target dates where they have to complete that particular chapter. So I marked those as milestones that you have to achieve. Okay, so like I said, the backlog consisted of all the chapters in the curriculum, and the chapters were further broken down into submodules, so that so that students don't get overwhelmed, because every chapter is very huge. So to bring down their anxiety and make it easier for them to achieve their goals, I broke the chapter into several subsections, and then created milestones for each of them. Also did a prioritization based on the weightage given to a chapter in the exam. Okay, so we prioritized the entire backlog based on the value that you're going to get in the exam. So applied one of the agile principle over there. There are review process. Now in the review process, we had agreed that we will meet once a week to review the progress, where if everyone is able to meet the goals for that particular week, we'll have a quick catch-up call for maybe 10 minutes. And also after our review call to check the progress, there will be online mock tests. So which the mentor will roll out. So I will send out the link there on the meeting. So you're supposed to come prepared for the meeting with a specific chapter that I have already included in the backlog. So that week's milestone achievement was supposed to be that online mock test, wherein if depending upon the scores that you get, the students were given a grading based on that. So students were told that for all the mock tests, you have to achieve more than 85%. So that's a good enough score. Even if it's lesser than that, it shows a lesser amount of preparedness for the final exam. So then we had retrospective discussions to ensure continuous improvement. So whenever, like I said, whenever a student could not complete a backlog item, we used to speak to the student and check on as to what is the reason behind so why this particular student is lagging behind, and then we used to suggest corrective actions for that. So this was the study team that we created as an experiment to see if we applied agile principles and whether we could bring in the same amount of focus, commitment, if we made these guys work together as a team. So after explaining the entire model and being there to guide them, I asked them to be on their own and come to me only after if there are any obstacles, if you need any guidance as such. So I met them once a week for the reviews. The results. Now the results of this were the first phase of our experiments that we rolled out were not very encouraging. What we found was the students were very focused in the first 2 weeks. They were very focused, determined. They came for the review test, and many of them were top scorers on the review test, and they made significant progress in the backlog that I had prepared for them. But slowly, after 2 weeks, we saw that students started exiting the group, citing various reasons. Work pressure is there. I have to give my college exams or something or the other. Now, at the end of 1 month, we just had three students left in the group. group. So it kind of worried me. I felt, okay, this is not going in the right direction. Now, from this group, finally, from this group, we just had one student who went for the final certification. Rest of them, I've again delayed it. Okay, delayed it. I don't know till when. It's an indefinite delay. So a couple of learnings. I decided to dig deeper to understand why these students are not able to focus again. So I spoke to these students once again, and there were a couple of, when they self-organized themselves, when I explained them the model and left it for them to drive the entire thing, there were a couple of changes they brought about in the model that I had told them. They themselves decided, let's change a few things. Okay, so that's an interesting thing. That tells us more about our people behavior, right? So the first thing, commitment. Now, if you see in my model, I had told them, please register for the exam and arrive on the final date, final exam date. But these guys kept on postponing the registration because there is obviously money involved. So they kept on postponing it, saying that, okay, let's see how much we are able to progress with respect to our studies, because there was their confidence level was much less. Like I said, I had finished their training a year ago. So the confidence had significantly dropped from these students. So they were in an experimental mode. They were trying to figure out whether they will be, if they completed around 60 to 70% portion successfully, then I will go and register for the exam. That's how they, decided within the group. Okay, let's guys do it a little later. Although when this was communicated to me, I kept pushing, guys, go and register without a target date for the final goal. How can you work? You have to work keeping the end in mind. If you don't have a target date, how can you create your sub goals? But that didn't happen. They said, okay, we will do it next week. We'll do it next week. And the delay kept on happening. So the first parameter that I identified was the commitment, absolute lack of commitment. The other thing which I saw was goal setting. The team failed miserably in goal setting. Now, although I had created weekly learning goals for them, they were supposed to create daily goals based on their work schedule. They were supposed to break it down into sub goals. So this was a coaching that I had given them, how you have to create your sub goals in order to achieve it, so that you can view the progress in terms of sub goals. That will give you enough motivation to go ahead. But they did not do that. And they lacked accountability, I felt, in several areas, because the review meetings were skipped, wherein the review meetings where I used to conduct their mock test to see their performance. So they started skipping those review meetings, saying that I have some other call, office call. It happened quite often. The obstacles that they faced during their learning journey were not reported, because they felt, okay, let's delay this. Let's not report it to ma'am. Let's delay it a little and then we will catch up later. So none of that came to me. Only when I reached out to them and checked, they told me about the obstacles and why they decided to drop off. So all these factors, if you see, led to a complete lack of focus and motivations. Boils down to the focus and motivation part of it. So with that in mind, if you sum it up all together, you'll see that we come to some of the very crucial people agility aspects. Commitment, motivation, confidence, focus, and our achievement. All of these are interconnected, interlinked. So, and the core of this being the goal. So this experiment actually proved to me that if you fail miserably in your goal setting, all of this are the outcomes. You'll see, when you commit to a particular goal, you get something to aim for. Your commitment tells you, okay, this is what I have to aim for. When you don't commit to it, you are leaving it very open. Okay, let's see if I can achieve it. So motivation is the push that we all need to achieve our goal. So it's again linked to goal. And again, focus, to bring about focus. If you have a goal, only then you can focus on it, right? So the focus parameter again is linked to goal. So if these guys would have done their goal setting properly, focused, they would have developed enough focus, motivation, and commitment, which they were not able to do it because like I said, the core of this is goals. That's one area that I identified where the team failed miserably. And there is a study in the internet which says that science says only 8% of people actually achieve their goals. So when it comes to our personal goals, guys, it's a very low percentage of people who can commit to a personal goal and achieve it. Very low percent, So if you just take an example of a university exam, suppose this was a university exam, then the date is given by the exam date is given by the university. So you don't have any choice. Students don't have any choice to choose the dates. But when it comes to professional certifications, the accrediting bodies allow an individual an entire year where you can schedule your exam as per your convenience. So you can take that leisure, and depending upon your work schedule, you can target a particular date for your exam. So when there is something imposed on you, like an university publishing its exam date, the commitment automatically comes, right? Because if you don't give the exam, then you naturally flunk, you don't get certificate. There will not be another exam conducted on another date. So this the whole purpose of bringing this particular slide was to bring the different aspects of people agility that I found while I conducted this particular experiment, and figured out that we this model that I had created to achieve the desired learning outcomes has to be further amended. So that led to so this is an ongoing study wherein I'll be conducting a second phase of experiments. It's already going on with a particular batch, with an ECBA batch that I'm currently training, where I have made some amendments to this model, and the results of that will be published in the next conference. I would like to give you a view on this new model that we have been working together as a team. So here, in contrast to the old model, where the team was formed after the training, what we did is the team was formed on day one of the training. Okay, we formed a study team on day one of the training, and then I worked out certain goals for every individual based on their work schedule. So I did not this time leave it to the students to prepare their goals. So we prepared some SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. Okay. So based on the goals that we created for them, the entire breaking down of the sub goals also was done by us, and with a target date attached to it. And based on that, we arrived on the final date for the exam, and the students are asked to register for the exam within a week. So we said, in order to bring that commitment towards your goal, it is very, very essential, guys. Go ahead and register, and you have this is going to be time bound. Within 1 week you have to register, or else you have to drop out of the study group. Okay. So then we brought in, for team collaboration, we brought in a lot of activities. In terms of the activities were purely based on the concepts we taught in the class. So based on requirements gathering or requirements analysis concepts that I taught, I used to send them several activities which they could regroup as a team and do those activities and mail it back to me. So a better connect has been established. That's the progress so far. A better connect has been established between the team members. And for confidence and motivation, what we did is we had a weekly goal sheet tracker. Okay, so like I said, I broke down the larger goal into several sub goals, and I send them a tracker by which the at the end of the week they are supposed to inform everybody in the group. They can inform that these are the sub goals that they have achieved, and based on that, if that tracker also gave us essential information to if we have to readjust the plan somewhere or take corrective action for someone, so then the results of the review that we conducted, the online mock tests, the results were published in a dashboard, and incentives were rolled out to students. Incentives in the terms like top scorer of the week, or if a person has been steadily scoring in multiple review session, he has been the top scorer, he becomes a group leader, he starts leading the group. So in a way, we also said that, okay, if you get to this, if you complete this milestone, this is what you can achieve next, so to bring about a kind of motivation, and also that helped us build a kind of a leadership skills also, so we focused our learning programs on also building some attitudinal skills. So we rolled out these incentives in such a way that it helped them build a particular skill also. And daily collaboration. Now, during our first phase of experiments, we saw that these collaborations of having online meetings, students at the first 2 weeks, they used to attend those meetings very religiously. After that, they used to not attend. So we brought about this collaboration using tools. So we formed a group in WhatsApp, wherein we the team interacted with each other, saying that, okay, these are the sections I've completed, what about you? A simple the progress checking of each other, so that collaboration was smoothened up. In the first case, people said they don't have adequate time to attend even a 10 minutes meeting. Okay, so we dropped that meeting part of it and brought about collaboration using collaborative tools. And for improvements, like I said, I already mentioned, we made adjustments to our plan based on corrective actions that we had to take for maybe a specific student who had some other personal commitment, or just now in this particular batch that I am handling, there is a college student, so she has her exams by till December 17. So she has asked me to exempt her from the review tests. So I'm not conducting mock tests for her currently. The rest of the group is doing the mock tests. So some adjustments to the plan, some corrective actions based on a particular scenario that we had to do. We continuously engage as a team, and we have identified that. So this model or framework is going to evolve further. It's not final, because it's the experiment is still ongoing. And based on that, we will arrive on how we'll arrive on a final model where this entire team is able to efficiently achieve its goal. So that's the thought that I would like to leave you on. This new model which is coming up, which I will be publishing in my next conference. The smart learning framework. And these are a couple of references which I have used for my research. For acknowledgement, I would like to thank my agile coach, Padma Priya. She has guided this research paper a lot because we both belong to the same training sector. So I have taken a lot of guidance from Padma on this particular paper to tell her what are the results of my findings and how I should better portray it in my paper and stuff like that. And thanks a lot to Vanity ma'am, who has reviewed the paper and given her comments based on which I could improve it. And also to Anbu Joseph. You both have given immense help and support for this paper. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjana, for that wonderful presentation. So I think a lot of questions have come up. Yeah, let's start with Phanindra. Phani, you had a lot of questions and thoughts shared in the chat.
Will we get a chance?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Funny, are you there? Okay, fine.
Yes,
Who wants-
yeah.
Yeah, so you are asking a lot of questions related to this.
I think only
So-
one I asked.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just asking your organization wants to reimburse only in case they clear the exam. I think I got the answer also. That that's the reason why. So obviously they are worried about their money, right? Of course, I think it happens in every organization, including mine. Yeah.
Yeah. So the corporates that used to tie up with us for the certification programs, naturally those certification fees were paid by corporates, but they no, the employees had to pay it first and get it reimbursed. So that was one problem that the employees faced. That then they had to pay the money, and they were not very confident that they will make it. And naturally, uh, so that raised a lot of questions. And then apart from these corporate programs, we also do our individual programs, right, wherein students can directly enroll with us. So in those kind of programs, where the students are not coming from corporates, they are directly enrolling through our website and stuff like that. The money is totally theirs. The nobody is going to reimburse. So this behavior was seen in both kind of programs, both corporate programs as well as the retail programs, wherein the students directly enroll with us. Where, like I said, this is a key factor that I did identified, that because there is a huge amount of money at stake, these guys they felt that it was too risky. After completion of the training, they initially delayed it for 2-3 months, saying that okay, maybe after 3 months I will take the exam. But you see, the concepts of these exams are relatively complex. The concepts that we teach in those certification programs are relatively complex. What happens is, when you delay these exams after the training program, these concepts start evaporating. Then after 3 months, when you open the book, you are absolutely blank. Yeah, that drops their confidence level. And then they feel, okay, even if my company is going to reimburse this, I will be questioned, right? Why I did not clear the exam, because there is money, even if it's the company's money, there is money involved. So that's these are couple of things due to which they keep on postponing indefinitely, pushing it.
Yeah, thank you. And one more question, what I asked was, so you mentioned a couple of certifications. Maybe I'm not having knowledge on that. So do the employees know how beneficial they are for their career progression?
Yes. We brief about those certifications. The first day of the training program itself, we tell them about the benefits of that certification and answer all the queries with respect to the certification and how they need to register, how the entire process is demonstrated to them.
Okay. So these are actually relevant employees, but still they can benefit by completing the certification, but they were not putting efforts. That's why you are concerned about, right?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. So a couple of these employees also wanted to transition their career from a software developer's role to a business analyst role. Because currently in their job role, although they are developers, there is a high amount of coordination that they do with the client. So they found this role very apt, and they liked the responsibilities of the. So they had many of them had done quite a bit of research on the business analyst role that they wanted to get into, and then enrolled for the program. Because they actually wanted to transition their career into this particular role.
Okay, got it. But quite frankly, at least about myself, I can tell maybe many of us also would have faced such situation, that is as an employee. So we attend some trainings, we are supposed to take exams, or we are supposed to complete some certifications. We will not do because of lack of time or lack of focus or whatever it is. Even I remember now, after when you are started telling, I remember about one particular course. I attended 2 days workshop. Then after that, my competency is supposed to grow after taking one exam, but I did not take. But maybe nobody was following it up with me like you did.
No, because for our training organization, this became a mandate because some of these corporates, not all, some of these corporates were highly focused on measuring the effectiveness of every program that they roll out. So they started engaging with us saying that, our students have completed your training program in so and so month, maybe 3 months ago, and these guys have not yet given their certification. What is the reason? So they started asking us the reason that these students are not going for their certification, the final certification, and that's the reason that led to this actually led to a series of investigations from our side.
It's a very
So
hard
because
word, investigations. So what percentage was that, Sanjana? Like if you take a percentage of people who are not attempting these exams, what would be that percentage initially when you started this research?
Like I said, if I'm training a batch of 10, for a particular certification, I figured out that only 2 out of that appeared for the examination. The rest of the 8 never even attempted.
Yeah.
Nagini, now you understand what is meant by investigation, right? You're asking, right? This is what is interrogation.
So I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Incentive part you have just explained us.
Yeah.
I think that is there in the chat window as well. So I'm taking up that.
Uh-huh.
So you had this incentive system introduced and you saw that it was working and motivating. Was there any flip side to that? Like people were trying to utilize that for, in a different way, where the incentive, they were trying to do the certification. I would tell you an example. In my company, there is something like you have to complete 40 hours of learning internally or externally, that is up to you. And then you have up to 3.5 lakhs of reimbursement per year.
Okay.
So some people are very smart. They don't want to leave the company, and so they have a reliability that they can stay for 1 year, and they are very, very attached to the company. So what they do is for 1 year they will plan properly all the 3.5 lakhs they will take for reimbursement and complete it. So in a way good for the company and for them also. But my only problem here is they do all certifications even if they are not required to do. You understand, right?
Okay. Got it.
Just
Nagini,
because they want to.
On a funny note, do you have vacancies in your organization? 3.5 lakhs seems to be interesting.
Lot of.
Okay.
I wanted to ask the same thing.
I'm sure you'll get a lot of CVs now, Nagini.
Luckily, I'm not in HR.
But we will give your reference for sure.
That will give me some money. Don't worry. See, on a funny note, even if I refer you, I am not eligible to get referral amount. So you can send anything for me, and nobody is bothered. They will take you because they don't need to pay the money for referral. So another question I have for Sajana is this is for the corporates who have approached you for a training. And you had this challenge where people were not taking these exams. And I heard you have got this challenge from the direct enrollments as well.
Yes, correct.
But is there any difference between these two kind of people whose money will be reimbursed and whose money will not be reimbursed? In the sense, what was the fear factor in both of them? Is it the same?
Well, I have interviewed a couple of, I think 3 corporates, as well as my retail batches, the direct students also. The fear level that I found, this was also one curiosity that I had, whether that will be different in both cases. But I found that it was almost the same, even if the organization is ready to reimburse the money, these guys are just not ready to go ahead. They give me reasons saying that no, we will do it next month. They are not saying that they're not going to do it, but the next month is not coming. So it keeps on they keep on postponing it. We'll definitely do it. And in certain cases, last month there was a corporate training that I took, and the company has already paid the exam fee.
Wow.
So now they have, I'm after them, giving them a push, so that it's so that it doesn't boil up to the same case, whether they don't give the certification exam. But let's see, that one is something that the training program has just completed next month, so they still have time. So they have asked me for time to study. So
No, my
let's see
question was
that.
a little different.
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
explain you. So sorry, I'm not taking others' time, right?
No.
Okay. So my question was, when a corporate is sponsoring you, until you pass the exam, it is the same risk with an external person and a corporate person.
Yeah.
So that is my point.
Yes.
So until they pass, they are also like a normal person who's coming from outside, and
Yes.
if they fail, they have to bear the responsibility and the loss.
Yeah.
Only a good thing for them is if they pass, they will get the money.
Yes.
So once they have completed the 2 days, wasted their, in their sense, wasted the 2
Yes.
days of training days already, 16 hours, then they would better come and complete it and then take the money from the corporate. Why are they not, using that? Any particular reason you have seen in your research?
No, well, I have not investigated in that direction as to why exactly there is a change in behavior in both of these students, the corporates as well as the retails.
Okay.
On an added note, I just wanted to ask, in this study, have you been able to identify any corner cases with learning areas? See, I had a struggle learning, and that's why education is quite close. Now I'm able to confidently say that I'm dyslexic. So if somebody is delaying that so-called certification because they have a learning trouble or they have any sort of that trouble, would you be able to cater towards that? Because there are many people on professional levels who find it hard to accept that they have learning disabilities. It's hard to identify as a coach, as a teacher, and it's also hard to accept for somebody who's got that kind of an issue, right? So how do we deal with that in terms of certifications? Would you be able to get into that?
No, this, Shruti, to tell you frankly, about learning disabilities is something that we have not covered in our scope of research, and what we have done is, when we interviewed a sample size of students, through our classroom interactions with these students, also we are able to gauge, right, how well the students are able to. So that's the sample size that I picked up for interviewing to, to check what is stopping them from achieving the certification. Those were those high performers in the class. So it clearly, from my side, they do not have any learning disabilities, because these were the guys who were like top scorers in my class when the class was running. I had rolled out several activities, made them do several activities, and then ran quizzes, and their confidence level was very high during the training program. And they were like, yes, ma'am, after the training program, I'm definitely going to give the certification and all.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having that. So like I said, I'm dyslexic. Until and unless I tell somebody, people don't know I'm dyslexic, right? I don't come across that way. So that is something that's internally a struggle for somebody who has that. But maybe that's an avenue to explore, right?
But then what I'm saying, Shruti, then if they had a learning disability, we as instructors, we will be able to figure it out during the course of the training program, right? When we are rolling out these different quizzes, or, we ask them to complete a particular module and come for the next lecture. And we ask them to complete certain activities. And so though, if people are having some learning disabilities, that I think that shows in the results that they produce. So the sample size that I had selected was the key people who were top scorers in the class which I interviewed. So I believe I've never I would like to tell you that I have actually not gone deeper into this area that you're talking about. But the reason that I specifically selected the sample size was that to ensure that people who are having some problem comprehending instruction or any kind of a disability are not included in my interview process, because they have to be treated separately. So that through my interactions with these students, through the results they produced during the training program, I gauged, okay, they are having enough proficiency level in attention, achieving this certification. It's only the focus, motivation, and these external factors that are holding them back. And that's the reason I conducted this experiment with them. Because they were the people who were driven mostly they were the people who were driven the entire training program, that they were the guys who motivated others also. Yes, we are going to do it, but it didn't happen. So I would take
training, right? Freshers,
yeah?
I think.
Sorry,
These are freshers, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great study, Sajana.
Thank you, Nagini.
Yeah.
Lot of pain points you have covered.
Thanks everyone for this wonderful interaction. So a lot of new thoughts also starts coming up, and new areas of research also starts to coming up.
Yeah.
So we hope that next year we are going to get much more research paper on people agility. Right. So thank you, Sanjana, for this wonderful presentation, and thanks everyone for making it more interactive, both the first session and the second session.
Thank you very much, Anbu. Thank you all.
Padma, you have to conduct a 24-hour session next year.
Yeah. Over to you, Padma.
Thank you so much. Thanks for this excellent session. Both of them are experimental oriented, which gives raw data. The first one is from school. The second one is from grown-up kids from the organization, but still both difficult to handle.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so
They're
really,
equivalent to kids.
yeah, exactly. It's also very as I know I can second every word of Sajana as a trainer, how we will evaluate throughout the training their learning capability and how they reflect. And really, I love the all of Sajana. Not all the experiments will show some glossy results, right?
Yeah.
This result has not fetched any excellent outcome as expected, but that future course of work, which is what she has cited, and that is the state of this ERA conference. We are not promising silver bullet as agile for every other problem. We are trying to showcase where it really works and where it needs something, no improvement or customization. And thanks for bringing that. Thanks so much. Now let's go forward to our next one. Before going to the next panel, I would like to invite Nagini, and she's ready with icebreaker or a chiller for this session. So let's have that, and then with little more energy, we'll go for the next panel. Over to you.
I have posted one link, which is a Miro link. I am posting some names. So when you open your link, what you see there is some names I'm going to post there. Okay, and I'm just taking some random names. Sorry if I am actually. Okay. So I have posted some names. I have got a Miro board for all of you, which will show you some fridge figures. Okay. Now I want all of you to go there and open your Miro board. Guess these names, which fridge belongs to whom in this list I have posted. And all the people's names which I have written also can guess the other people's fridge. So there is a kind of a note, a sticky note, which is there on the Miro board. If you can see in the left side of your screen, just take that and write your favorite fridge and which you are linking to which person in that list. Come on, you have 2 minutes. Since you have interacted with them all these two yesterday and today, so just guess whose fridge can be that.
So Nagini, there are 5 fridges, am I right? So we have to just think. Okay.
Which fridge suits to which name I have posted there, okay?
Acha, the researcher names.
whatever names I have given there in the chat window.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to share my screen to show you the thing. And this is the Miro board. Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
See, I'm getting all this. Come on, all of you have 2 minutes. You can guess 5 fridges. Kiran, Padma, I'm seeing the name. Shruti, your name is there on a sticky. Yeah. Okay. Shruti, Padma, Kiran. What happened to Funny? Nobody is guessing his fridge. Anbu, where is your name? Ah, see? Let us see who have scored how much. Shruti.
Moreover, I was shocked to see your name on the 4th fridge, Nagini.
See, I know I have seen a majority of them making first fridge as Shruti's fridge. I don't know what is the logic they have got there. Okay. And a third fridge has predominantly Funny. And 4th is Kiran. Padma, you have only 2 stickies on each of the fridge. I don't know. People are not ready to decide which fridge belongs to you.
Kiran, please do a retrospective, serious retrospective on this.
Where did Anand come from? Anand and I were not there in the discussion.
I was actually wondering myself. I wonder what makes people think that I'm in the both one.
Okay. Somebody has changed the stickers also. 1, 2, 3, 4 ke jagah mein Funny, Padma, Kiran, Anbu and Shruti. The row numbers they have changed. Wow. See? Still, Shruti, first fridge belongs to you.
Funny is away to see this Funny.
Wow. Girish has made his name there.
Very nice volunteering, Girish.
Anand, Girish and Sunita, they have put their own names on the fridges. Fascinating fridges, right? Full of products. Wow.
Nagini, I did not put my name. I don't know who put my name.
Same here. I have not put my name. It's somebody else.
So you have influenced them that this fridge has to belong to you.
Oh no, I don't know who did that.
Sunita, you know who would have put that?
Let's
Yeah,
do
yeah.
retrospect.
There could be only 2 people in this group who could have done that.
Yeah, I know.
Good.
One, Sunita, one who knows you right from your childhood. The
Yeah,
other one,
the other one who knows me for the last 4 years.
Hey, Shruti, you have been a choice for the last and the first fridge, yeah?
I'm going to take my motivation from that.
Go and organize your fridge first.
Yeah.
Good. I think we are good for the next session. Okay, thank you for your participation. So you
Thanks,
can
Nagini.
grab your
It was fun.
fridges and go home. Good. I'm stopping my
Thanks, Nagini. It was fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
stop sharing. Yeah. The screen is back to the panel.
Thanks for reward and recognition, Nagini.
See, I'm very, very frank in that. Immediately I will recognize.
Definitely. So yesterday I was waiting for the same, but no worry. It's never late. So it's okay.
इंतजार का फल मीठा होता है.
मीठा होता है, हाँ जी.
Good. All yours, Padma.
Thanks for your refresher, Nagini. So we are going into the last but not the least, because this is where really agility started and slowly evolved to the place where we are going diversified to the various multiple domains and extending our support beyond the IT from the agile. But now let's come back to the IT sector, and we have a couple of researchers done inside IT organizations with agile, with process agility. Very interesting papers are coming up, and chairperson of this panel is going to be Harihara Prasad from TBCI, from Renault Nissan, a very senior leader, right from the days of Agile's community started in Chennai. He's always there in every other community without any judgmental bias and always helping people around him. So we are welcoming Hari to head the panel, and discussant would be Prasad Saranathan. Is currently program project manager in Scope International. Very nice, agile enthusiast, upcoming in many agile communities throughout Chennai. So I welcome both of them, Hari and Prasad, to aid the panel, and they will give you a description of what really research has been conducted on the process agility space, and let's see what are all the takeaways. Keep your questions posted in the chat. Just that gives just the fuel for this conference, and I will be sharing many more links for if you have any ideas, which I know that this will be inspiring many people to do some research. If you have some interest, please let us know. We will be sharing some forms with you at the end of the conference. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ari and Prasad.
Thank you, Padma.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Over to you, Prasad.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Okay. Let's start with the first research paper, which has been done by Mahesh Jade. And let me introduce Mahesh. Mahesh is an agile evangelist and dedicated to championing the cause of building winning teams and winning products. And he is a very good facilitator by passion. He has it in him, and a coach, where he used to be called as an agilist by heart, and he works to bring agility to the organization and humanizing the workplace. He wanted always the humanizing the workplace with all the humors and other things. Okay, so let's welcome Mahesh. Mahesh, so over to you, Mahesh.
Thank you so much, Prasad, for a beautiful introduction. And I had to just call out in the beginning the name of the paper, and then I can share my PPT. So this has got a good background. Special thanks to Padma ma'am. We were doing the agile coaching learnings, and we were into the ICP ACC batch. And at that point of time, this conversation came into the picture, and we started thinking about it. So that have been a journey, and since then we have been thinking about this topic. The title for the topic is the significance of the strategies and planning and designing a framework which is agnostic of agile frameworks, and that allows us to do an transformation based on the agile principles. So not looking at a particular framework in particular, but looking at agile as a whole was our intent, and we came up with some interesting things around it, and this paper is the outcome of that. Before I get started, my sincere thanks to Harihara Prasad and Prasad Saranathan. Their quick inputs were very, very meaningful, and they just shaped our conversation and paper to for a better thing. At this point of time, I'll start sharing my screen. Great. So that's the name of the paper. And what really warms my heart is the second mention, the mention of the co-author, because that is none other than Padmapriya Devarajan. And she have really encouraged me to look at this topic and add my insights and do some research. And altogether, we have come up with this. That is really one of the best things that have happened to me into being into Agile. Padma ma'am also may talk about certain topics when we are discussing into the conversation. So why this research is, as we spoke about, this research is something that attempts to showcase an approach, and it is essentially it is looking to kick off some conversation where people should look at agility as a whole. So interestingly, when we say what is agile, so in one of my early days into agile and into my Scrum Master role, somebody asked me there was a conversation that what is agile, and people started coming out with different answers, maybe following Scrum and maybe being transparent and many other things. But then at the end, somebody just called out that being agile really means following the 12 principles and the 4 values. And that is at the core of this research paper, that we want to we wanted to do some research that people want to get their companies and their organizations and their teams transferred to agile, but sometimes they look at one particular agile framework or platform. But we wanted to broaden that view and just encourage people to think about the entire agile spectrum and pick based from each of the spectrum and bring into the practice. So that was our intent. With that intent, we started the research. And the abstract of this research, it talks about that agile provides the values to be followed and principles to be followed to implement the thing. But sometimes when agile is implemented in organizations, people do not really focus on the principles and values, but they focus more on the practices and the frameworks. So that is a quick abstract. And according to Team Goai, when we were researching on that, there was a very beautiful quote that talked about a dogmatic approach to agile, such as prescriptively maybe adhering to just Scrum or just Kanban, is really not agile, and it could emerge as a serious anti-pattern. If organizations are really sticking to one particular framework, that could be really a serious anti-pattern. So with that, we move to the next part. And this presentation is put into 3 parts. In the first part, we talk about the agile frameworks and platforms and how beautiful they look when they are together. That's the first part. In the second part, we have come up with a language of transformation that a particular organization or the team members and the leadership, what should be the kind of dialogue they should be having with each other to make sure that this transformation is outcome driven and not just output driven, and people are not just focusing on increasing the velocity for that matter, but really valuable outcome from both team and the customer perspective. And in the end, we have got a beautiful metaphor to talk about. So at this point of time, I think when people want to get transformed into agile, they have a lot of things into their mind. Maybe leadership wants their team to do a very good planning, to come up with very reliable estimates. Sometimes they really want people to limit the work in progress. At times, maybe they want people to have very good slicing and lot of things that they aspire for. But maybe when a particular organization really puts all these things together in a single bucket and throws it out to the team members or a particular team, they do not find the real purpose behind associated with each of these things. And sometimes people just merely start following what has been told to them. As an quick example, maybe the daily Scrum. People come to the meeting, they do not really understand the purpose of the meeting at times, that we want to have a conversation and we want to understand the route and we want to focus on a goal. We are here to discuss a goal and then accordingly adjust our ways of working. So this is just one of the examples where people get started with a lot of things without really understanding the essence of a particular thing. And some of the factors that really affects such kind of transformation are sometimes the organizational goal are not aligned well with the agile transformation goals. Sometimes the roles are inexperienced. At times, it so happens that people tailor their values for the agile transformation. Sometimes they are doing agile, but they are really some part of the agile they are really not adhering to. One of the example could be they still have project management practices followed in a very rigorous way, where they're really not looking at ways of agile. So that's there. And then sometimes unrealizing the underlying organizational impediment could be one of the factor. Just a quick check I wanted to make. Am I well audible?
Yeah, yeah, you were very much.
Absolutely, surely. Great. So what we can do at the end of this, all of these three factors that we have come up with, we can take some questions and then we can move ahead. At this point of time, so Kanban. So one particular organization just wants to go and transform their workforce into agile, and sometimes they can go and say that we are Kanban, or some team may say we are Scrum, and some team may say no, we are not Scrum, we are just following XP in our organization. But there are a lot of beautiful things, beautiful practices, and very meaningful things that they can take out from other practices, and they can mix together to have a better balance. So if we look at and platform agnostic agile transformation, and if we say that Kanban is one of the things that they want to consider, so what Kanban can bring to them is very absolutely a great value, because visualization comes from Kanban, and people, no matter which agile methodology they are into, they must understand how Kanban have come up to this stage, and how visualization plays a big role into the transformation. So learning about visualization by keeping their eyes open, whether it is a Scrum or XP that they are following, but still building those initiatives, building those experiments which make people more visual, which make the transparency more and more in the team, which makes people understand what they're working and why they're working for, is really the essence of this, one of these things. Another very, very powerful thing Kanban can bring to any team, whether they're Scrum or XP or any other framework they're following, is work in progress. And people should really look at it in a way from a personal agility manner as well, because it's our own experience. If we try to relate, if I'm doing 5 different things at one point of time, I might not be able to do all of them really well. But if I'm doing just 2, or maybe if I have capacity to do 3, if I understand and recognize my capacity to do multiple things at time, and if I focus on that limit, that really starts showcasing the result. So sometimes team getting into agile transformation, if they really in the beginning, if they just focus on maybe these 2 aspects, being really very well visual and really picking up the work which they can really do, maintaining the right focus, then that might begin a very nice agile journey for them, that they are doing something with a purpose, not just because somebody have told them, or somebody just conducted a quick workshop and now from the next day onwards they want to start adhering to those practices. Doing something with some purpose and with some passion is what this paper is proposing. So next to that, one of the most beautiful agile framework, Scrum, and it is beautiful. And one of the beauty is that it allows people to apply their intellect. It is not completely written with everything, and that gives a lot of opportunities to look at other frameworks and mix the practices, and essentially becoming agnostic of what framework they're following. But still, sometimes people really stick to Scrum. I mean, and there are a lot of opportunities that people might be missing on the way. So this paper attempts to talk about the Scrum as well and the other frameworks as well, not to disrespect any framework, but just to kick off this conversation that Scrum is not the only way we can become agile, but there are multiple different ways that we can adopt and that we can look at to become agile. So Scrum, essentially what it brings to the team with a purpose is maybe demonstration. Maybe Scrum talks about people should demo, and customer should be aligned with what is getting developed. And one of the beautiful thing that I always tell folks when I'm talking about demos is that if we look at a barber, and whenever we go for a salon and we meet a barber, I think that guy, he showcases the agility at the core, because he has put a mirror, he or she has put a mirror in front of his customer, and in the real time he's showcasing the results, whatever is coming out from that haircut or that particular service. It is all the time visible in the real time. So that is what one of the aspect of agility is, that we have to be very much open to feedback, and we have to be very much transparent. So with that, I think if we start adopting to the practices of each framework in a very, very meaningful way, that people understand why we are doing a particular thing, then it really becomes a thing of beauty. And this is not just one of the way. In research paper, we have talked about multiple other things that Scrum can bring to the table, but this was just one of the things that I picked for this conversation. If I can go to the next slide, it talks about XP. And I think this is one place where I think we talk about Shuha and Re in Agile, and we want people to start with something, then get better at something, and then break the boundaries and find out something beautiful and meaningful in a new way. So I think XP opens that whole gate for any Agile team. And I truly, we have put this into the paper. We truly believe that unless somebody is looking at practices from XP, they are really not bringing the best of Agile into their practices. So if we look at maybe the pair programming, so we want people to work together. We always say that this is one team, and so people should work there. But until and unless we really bring that passion and really bring that practice into the team, that okay, two people can simultaneously work on something and they can provide review to each other, then until that point we're not really creating that spirit of working together. XP talks about TDD and BDD. So that essentially really brings a lot of good things into Agile, because at that point of time, people become test first teams, or people become behavior first teams. And if they are test first, then maybe their QA and their developers are really working very well together from the first day of development, or for any feature, or for that matter, any story. And similarly, for the behavior driven development, I think the customers and the developer coming out together from the very first day. So I think in the Agile transformation journey, if people look at, let's get started with Kanban, let's understand visualization, then let's put some work in progress limit with some purpose, that people understand why we are doing a particular thing, not just because we have been told to do. And then they move to Scrum, and then maybe they start pulling out some practices from XP, and not Kanban, Scrum, and XP, but if they start looking out for other frameworks and start pulling out and just keep their eyes open that what is happening outside. So this is essentially is about maybe looking at agility in Agile way. That so sometime this is very prominent example. We always used to talk about co-locating. Always like that co-locating is one of the beautiful thing to do, and it is very important to do, to have a co-located team and everything. But suddenly COVID happened, and now we are completely remote, and we are completely not just thriving at remote working, but we are exploring more ways to cut the cost and more ways to maybe even more productivity and everything. So that is how Agile have been, and that has been one of the beautiful thing that I happen to be, I mean, and to many of us around the world coming into Agile and learning about Agile, not just at work, but in their way of working, in their way of life. I think it has changed the people for better. And through this paper, we are just proposing that when we talk about software, or not just software, but other things, looking at every framework, find them friendly, bringing in practices, and just building your own flavor of Agile may really work very, very, and very, very wonderfully for any particular organization. That is what we are proposing at this point of time. So a quick thing we just came up with in the research paper, that if somebody likes this idea and they want to go for it, maybe what will be the starting point for that? So it could be very, very conversation based. I mean, there are steps: step 1, step 2, step 3, and step up to 5. But it is all about having the right conversation. So with the right conversation, people will be able to understand that what are their real needs, what are the blocks that they are facing, because of which they are not able to make up to the customer's expectation, or not able to have a reliable flow of working, why their schedules are not being made, and everything. So I can just go through this, and this is more about having a conversation with business and the teams and the stakeholders. So first thing first, maybe people can do an as-is analysis of using the tools such as maybe interviews, surveys, questionnaire, and leadership discussion, so that they understand what is their as-is state. Second thing could be gathering the data and facts from that, and try to figure out what is a real organization impediment that they want to solve by going Agile. So they get a very clear focus that what is that is not working for us, and then maybe they can start looking at a bigger Agile umbrella to bring in the best practices that really makes the right match for them, and not just getting started with one framework that may not really align with their organizational needs. So at that point of time, the third thing we have just put into the research paper while doing this research was deriving the goal for agile transformation, which we just talked about. The fourth thing would be, and this is very important. I think people say that we are agile, we are doing Scrum, we are following Kanban, but essentially until and unless, and we are proposing this thing, that until and unless a particular team adopts a lean mindset, they are really not well equipped to become agile. So this is what we are just putting forward, that a team should adopt a lean mindset. They should read, they should talk, they should watch, and they should do everything that allows them to understand what lean thinking is. So because when they are really proficient into lean thinking, then maybe they are actually well suited to get transformed and start adopting the practices. And the last step that we have proposed is that based on the outcome of the step 2, which is about finding out the data and facts, people should start referring to the agile principles and values. So it makes a very good match, that now that they have their own facts and figures and data, that we are good at one point and we are not good at second, and vice versa, and then they have the agile principles. So they always can figure out what is our immediate focus areas in among these all 12 principles or these 4 values, and accordingly they can start picking up the right practices, be it from Scrum, be it from Kanban, or be it from XP, and they can make sure that they are filling in the gaps in a very meaningful way, and not just going by one framework to follow without understanding what their underlying needs really are. And in the research paper, we have talked about it in a more detail. We have created a tabular structure wherein people identify the gaps, or people identify the top focus areas, and at that point of time, they include the principles and values. They pick up the top. So the way we pick up the top items from the backlog, people can pick up the top items from the values and principles, and on top of it, they can pick up the right practices. It could be from XP, it could be from Kanban, and based on the need of the team, they can bring those things together so that they are really transforming with some purpose and with some intent, and people are enjoying. When we say people, both customers and the team that works for the customer. So that was the first part, and this is that tabular structure that we have created. We are still getting it better day by day, but as of now, and I know at this point of time, maybe Padma ma'am also would like to talk a bit, because these have been our favorite. We have been looking at this table, that how people identify the immediate priorities and how people pick up the best practices. So
thanks for giving this, Mahesh. Just a few words. So why this research was conceptualized is, when we are talking about agile, people are directly deploying Scrum without any assessment, without any no evaluations, how far it will be suitable for the system. Now it has been tightly coupled that they are straight going to either Scrum if it is in the team level, or if it is a scaling frameworks if it is in the organization level. But not everywhere agile is fetching the results which they are desiring. So where is the gap, right? The primary gap where people going mistakenly is, agile is basically about its values and principles, which is lagging in every other system. So out of those values and principles, first we need to evaluate which part of the principle or values we are lagging at. The organizations are lagging at. So that has to be done. And the second point is, don't go by the practices blindly. Practices are helpful to implement these principles and practices into the system, but that doesn't mean it is going to bring the values. Just the practice is not equal to the values. So give your utmost attention for implementing the values and principles using the frameworks, rather than heavily depending on the frameworks. That's the core point of this research. So what we are proposing, while we are going with this mindset of doing real agility, what can be the proposal? You can ask a question. You go and suggest something called agnostic agile in my organization. In that case, we are just proposing a realistic framework. The first column in this tabular column is the 12 principles of agile, nothing but. The second one is, just think of what is it is speaking about. For example, the first one, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. What are all the factors that first principle is talking about? The first one is, it is talking about iteration. The second one is talking about customer focused, right? And third one is, it is saying to reduce the uncertainty. by early, the word early, uncertainty, and small releases, and prioritize the customer needs. These 5 factors are the principles the first principle is talking about, right? So for the first principle, what are all the similar practice we have in either the frameworks of Scrum or Kanban or XP? We have Sprint to implement iteration or time box. We have Sprint in Scrum, iteration in XP, product backlog prioritization in Scrum, right? Sprint review ceremony to engage the customer. So these are all the practices which was brought to implement that value, the principle. So if you want to implement a framework agnostic agile transformation in your organization, what you can do is include a 4th column. Okay. Now, similar to this practice, adhering to that values and principles, what can be done for my system? Think. You are agile, you are agility. Think. Ideate what works for you based on the organizational impediments assessment which Magesh narrated, right, in the step 1 and step 2, collecting all those data and the results. Ideate for your own exclusively. See, I used to say every organization is unique. Their strategy, their product, their service. Though products may be same for few organizations, still their strategy is different. So every organization is unique. Like you have a thumbprint in your thumbprint. So not all the frameworks bundled has an come with Kanban or Scrumban or Scrum XP or whatever Safe or whatever it is. If you are deploying it directly, it is not going to fetch you the desirable results. So customize it. The agile transformation models, the agile transformation package which you are doing for the organization should also be exclusive. That's the utmost goal of this research. So not to take much time, if you see the subsequent principles for each one of the principles, what are all the principles? For example, the 4th one, business people and developers should interact daily throughout the project. It says daily interaction meeting and economics of the small batch size, cost of delay. These are all the factors the 4th principle is saying, right? So what are all the practices we have in the Scrum for that or in XP? Daily stand-up meeting, availability of product owner at any time, user stories, backlog refinement meeting, BDDs, all these concepts are covered for this principle. So similar to this, you can ideate for your own. Its responsibility of the each agile coaches is the same, to think about what is specially needed or how can I customize the package for this. So similarly, we have listed all these 12 principles for all the practices. It will be released in the IJTRD paper. You can have a reference. Having this paper as a reference, you can create your own framework agnostic agile transformation model. And that's the outcome of this paper. Thank you so much. I doesn't want to take much of your time, Magesh. Please proceed and just give an overview of the remaining stuff.
Absolutely, Padma ma'am. It's really wonderful. And we got a very beautiful comment in the comment section that talks about customization is the beauty of Agile. And we are definitely going to talk about it in the latter half of this presentation. So in the interest of time, I know the second topic we have to get started with, and this is really about outcome-driven diagnosis. So let's suppose one particular organization started customizing to their needs. They picked up the right practices, right frameworks, but how do they ensure that they are moving forward in a right path? How do they ensure that they are doing something which is bringing outcome? So at this point of time, we have done some research and we have come up that as a leadership, there could be 3 roles, wherein there could be a representative from development team. It could be a Scrum Master or an Agile development leader. We're not calling it out as an Agile development manager to be specific. We have just named it as Agile development leader. Maybe Agile delivery leader to be specific. And the other one could be the business and stakeholder or the product owner. And the third aspect is that it could be an management. So when we say management, it could be the higher level management, which is looking at the program and projects and everything. So what we have come up with is that people should focus, and I'll just move this slide, the next one. So essentially, we are talking about the language of transformation, that what kind of dialogue people should have with each other so that they make sure that they are going agile, they're adopting to different practices from each of the framework, but they are still very much focused on the outcome. And the first thing talks about being more reliable. And I think this plays a very big role, that stakeholders find stakeholders tend to support a particular team very much when they know that this particular team is very reliable. They come up with some estimates, or they come up with some ideas and things which are very reliable. They propose something, and they can really relax and look at the outcome to come after some time. So how do we really make sure that the teams are reliable? So the kind of dialogue that these three personas can have is that maybe agile leader can constantly keep talking about, are we changing the story size after starting the sprint. And this may look very small, but this has a very big impact, because let's suppose one particular team says this is the 5 story pointer item, and I start working on it, and after some time they come up with, we discovered something and it is a 13 story point story, and we need 2 more sprint to complete that. Then at that point of time, then they break that loop of reliability. So I think in the agile transformation program, the leader should always talk on these similar lines. The other example that I'm quoting is that maybe business can look at, are we adding and removing stories in the middle of the sprint? Are we really trying to keep up the focus? So on one hand, we want to become reliable, and on the other hand, if business is continuously restructuring and adding and removing stories in the middle of the sprint, if it is happening regularly, we are open to changing requirements. But if it is happening regularly, then that might really create a distraction and get the team away from the focus, and that may result into having a less reliable team. Again, management can look at this perspective, and they can say that, can we check if we have a T-shaped team or T-shaped skills in our team, that people can pick up something and they can start swarming along with other members, and a lot of things that come into the picture when we have T-shaped skills into the team. So we have created these 5 different columns, and these are the kind of dialogue people can have with each other at a leadership level to make sure that we are outcome driven, that we are going agile, and at the same time we are getting the right outcomes, the small wins on the way. The other one is about achieving velocity. And when we say velocity, it is not higher velocity, it is optimum velocity. We are not proposing that people should go after making a team go from 20 story points to 40 or 40 to 80, but it should be an optimum velocity, whichever really is apt for the capacity and the capability that team is having. And how we can make sure that velocity is increasing, or that is coming to an optimum point, is through maybe training the team members, understanding the dependency and blockers the team is waiting for, resolving the blocker before starting the particular story, to start working on it, understanding the skill bottlenecks, making people train onto different skills so that they can really come together and help each other whenever required, so that they can work in parallel, and a lot of benefits. So these are the questions that we have put up, which if people start asking each other and people start having conversation on these terms, then the chances are very higher that they are becoming an outcome driven agile transform team, and that is what we all crave for. And of course, there is other side to it. I mean, this is not of the paper, but still want to call out agile. We always have a softer side to it. People want to get empowered. People want to feel happy. So these sides may be not getting directly covered into this, but still, when people start looking at different agile practices and framework, they would definitely find those aspects into their process as well. And at that point of time, maybe they can start bringing in things together from that perspective as well. So moving on next, the third thing is about achieving consistent lead time. And I know these days, if we go on some of the Kanban related things, people are really talking a lot about it, that how we can really have a consistent lead time. And to ensure that, maybe the agile delivery leaders or the scrum masters, they can really start looking at their backlogs. They can see if the particular story is lying ideally into their backlog for a very long time. That means there are higher chances that maybe its context or its priority may have been lost. So can we really keep our backlog relevant? Can we really keep it refreshed? Can we keep refining the stories which matter the most? And can we keep prioritizing the backlog in a way that is producing just a value, not just completing any epic or something? So that is one thing that we have spoken about, and these are the type of question that we have put forward, that if people start asking each other, chances are that they will have the valuable conversation which will bring out those insights, and again they will come to that point when they will start looking at practices and principles which are the higher value for them to pick up and start working. So that was there. And maybe this could be the last one on my slide that talks about how do we really ensure the good flow and skills of work, good flow of skills and work. So at this point of time, we are proposing that maybe business and PO can start talking about, can we really split the stories while still providing the values? So people should definitely foster this conversation time and again, that we are having a lot of stories, but can we really split them into smaller chunks so that people find them valuable to pick up and complete, and at the end we still have the business value as well. And as I heard in one of the recent Scrum webinar, it was very beautifully quoted, and it was this thing that the best people pattern people can have into Agile or Scrum and other frameworks is that people should really understand what they are doing and also why they are doing something. And at the end, if people are able to really slice that work in a meaningful way and then pick up the right slice at the right point of time, then that becomes a right people pattern, a very beautiful people pattern. And I think having this kind of conversation with each other will definitely make sure that people are doing that, understanding what to do, why to do, and again slice that and then pick up what really brings the value, and not just doing something because we are working for 8 or 9 hours in an organization. The next to it. So this is something that we just came out, and we are very happy that we are proposing this. It has got a lot of notion, a lot of significance, and I can see Padma man's big smile as well, because this is very close to our heart now. We are proposing that Agile it's sort of a garden which have got a lot of beautiful flowers. Visualize them as Scrum and Kanban and XP. These are all just spread across the big garden. The first picture talks about smelling, and we will talk about in brief. The second talk about picking the flower, and third one talks about bringing them together, maybe making a nice bunch. So when we say smelling, what do we really mean? We'll just talk about it. So we are just proposing that into the garden of Agile, people should be open enough to smell a particular methodology, to be very nimble, to try it out, to read more about it, and keep our boxes open. That is to say, we can accommodate some more practices from outside, whether we are Scrum or we are XP or we are Kanban. We are still open to adapt to other practices with an intention to become Agile. So that is what we are proposing, that via smelling, be just open and go and smell what is going outside. And if you find it valuable, what do you do next? That is that you pick up that flower. When we say pick up, you pick and make it your practice for some time at least, and start building upon that. And then if you find it really valuable, then what you do next is that you make that flower a part of your bundle, a part of your bouquet. You bind it together, and you let that addition really multiply for you. And this is very meaningful, that we were thinking that we are asking people to add practices from outside, but why are we really doing it? Because we want to multiply the happiness, multiply the outcomes, and multiply everything that we do together. So we are actually coming to the end, and this is what the message that we are creating, that smell, and if you like it, then pick it and then bundle it together and find mutual benefits across different Agile methodologies that we have. So that is the message that we are creating, that into the platform agnostic Agile transformation, be open to smell, be open to pick, and be open to bundle the wonderful Agile bouquet that you want to have. With that, I will just hand it over to Padma ma'am to say some words, and then we'll come.
You've done a good job. I mean, you've just clearly presented what's our view. So yes, so just don't go by belief always. Belief is something which we have not experimented whether it's right or not, but realization is something we have done. So Agile itself is empirical. So let's go for empirical approach rather than belief approach for implementing Agile transformations. Throughout my journey implementing Agile in various organizations, we have customized what is the package needed for the organization, and I request the same for everyone here to think about how we are doing, what can be know what is the better way, how far each one of the component will work, or you can even go for a totally framework agnostic stuff. So this paper will be published. Kindly have a reference and create your own Agile framework exclusive for you, which will be wonderful for your organization, like Spotify has done. Spotify has started with Scrum, but now their engineering practices says about Agile more than Scrum. So similarly, create your own model and be a light to the world like Spotify has done. Thank you so much.
Yeah, to add some more points, even when you, Padma, when you were highlighting Spotify, Spotify also told that, it is working for us. It may not be working for you. And recently I heard Spotify also, they evolved and they moved out of that model and they have moved to other ways of, accepting the things, right? And as you correctly pointed out, in the current context and, going forward, so one prescriptive framework may not be successful for an organization, right? And we are already aware that the prescriptive agile is anti-pattern. So I think your attempt to bring, or the suggestion to bring the principle-based framework, designing a framework is a very good approach, which everyone we need to think about. And it is a good point that both of you brought, Mahesh and Padma. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, very well done, Mahesh. The presentation which you have even here is have mindful of thoughts and so colory, and even though so colory, it has the story behind it. Okay, that is how it was actually expected, and it was there. So it was very good. I had a question here, okay, in the chat from KK. How do we move velocity, capacity stuffs in our organizations, and how can we bring in that mindset and move towards outcome?
Yeah, Prasad. Even I looked at the chat window, and this question was really very powerful. And I would try to address it from a different perspective. That when we are looking at velocity, forget about velocity for a while and start focusing on your demos. So maybe even if you're doing less, but if your stakeholders are happy, they are bringing in the right value, and they're excited to bring in more features of similar sort of, and the work is coming in and people are finding value in what we are accomplishing, that maybe the focus can move away from velocity to the real throughput. That could be one of the indirect way to bring the focus down from velocity and bring the focus more on throughput and outcomes. That would be my take.
Okay, good. Okay, in a lighter note, if I have to answer this question, okay, what I will say is even we can measure the velocity of sound and light, but we can't measure the velocity of and capacity of the organization because it has the people political mindset. So,
wow. Just gonna say wow.
I think everyone will agree to what you're saying, Prasad.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I have a quick question. In the identification process, I love that you said that the whole stepwise approach makes sure that the identification has so many people involved. It's not just one agile coach and one top level tier person who's smelling those flowers per se, right? There's a list of people who you've mentioned who can be part of this identification process. I think inclusiveness is what will make it more powerful. Having that said, is it possible that people go for the agnostic transformation journey and then they identify that agile is not for them? That probably could be possible. What if they have a taste and then they identify this is not working for them, right? You must have seen that happen.
Yeah, so it again comes down to what agility really is. I think that's my thought, that even if people discover and people give it a lot of thought and they experiment with it, and at the end if they find that this is not agile, then what is agile for them, they can pick that. Agile is just about that, finding what works for us and inspecting and adapting. So I think that's the beauty of agile. No matter how much people change, at the end they will be just doing the real agile.
Yeah, I agree.
So Mahesh, great presentation. My question on the velocity capacity thing, right? So that's because I wanted to have some more food for thought, right? So in terms of you proposing the framework agnostic agile transformation, maybe we could consider this as well and see how we can do away the velocity capacity concepts in the future and totally give a mindset to people that it is not framework dependent at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, to add to this, there is no word called velocity throughout the Scrum guide, but it is
Yeah.
tightly Scrum. So I agree with that, but let's keep this question open. But some of the organizations now are going for whoever the organizations teams have gone for restage or Shuhari, where it has gone for restage. They're going for some estimate called no estimate, where teams pick up on the top priority of no user stories with their because that's how humans work. How far I have done, okay, I can do it to this level. Do you know a figure for that? There is no figure. So we are slowly moving towards no estimates now for the quite mature things. Maybe we will expect more things to go for restage and go for next level of estimation techniques. But that's a curious wait from all of us. Yeah.
But that is a pain point that will have that needs some sort of resolution, right? Because even in today's date, when agile has been around for 20 years, we have people who say that how come you're doing this much 40 points of a velocity? Are we really agile? Are we really doing Scrum? It has nothing to do. The two don't have much to do with each other apart from the fact of how much the team can take up. But the constant relatability is always there. So that's a great thing if this can solve for it.
Yeah, as said by Padma, Scrum doesn't, or even Agile doesn't have a velocity measure of the capacity or the productivity, but Agile velocity is a different estimation which we will report the progress of the team. It is only the progress of the team and not the individual performance or not the productivity performance. It is actually the release of the team, I mean progress of the team.
Actually, velocity will tell you the not even the progress, it will tell you about the predictability of the team. The only metric you can get from velocity is predictability. How far my team is predictable, given and they are taking for a sprint, how far they will be able to keep up their predictability. So that's the only outcome from the velocity. Unlike other many organizations think that they project their productivity or performance or outcomes and various other factors. That's not the fact. The only thing you can see from a velocity is predictable. So as cited, we can keep this question open. In fact, we can do some research on this, on the future of estimation in Agile, maybe in our next conference, or someone can present in other conferences too. But that's a food for thought for you all to take up this and think about what can be the next evolution of estimation. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, silence is a good thing. Okay, here. Thanks, Mahesh. Very good presentation which you have made. Okay, so over to you, Prasad.
Okay, as Padma said, no estimates. If we move to the no estimates and all, it needs maturity. So as you pointed out, we have three states, right? Suhari, right? And very few organizations are even willing to move ahead. So this absorbing the real agility. So it is a way forward for us to move to that state. So yeah, I think it was a good presentation. You gave your nice thoughts, Mahesh. I think so those who are here, so we can take it as an outcome for us, and we can also try to frame our own framework, right? So yesterday also we could see there were some frameworks that were designed by Kiran, right? And today also we could see, right? So it was even humble. It was like a framework, and today also we could see the psychological side of the agile implementation. So it is a different type of framework. So through this conference, if we are able to design many frameworks, so that will be the real outcome. Yeah. So all the very best, Mahesh and Padma and the team. So over to you, Prasad.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prasad and Padma, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Prasad, you are speaking in mute.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Okay, thanks, Mahesh, thanks, Padma, thanks, Prasad, and Mahesh, your presentation was very wonderful, marvelous, and thanks. And we will move to the next research paper by Bharat. Okay, I just want to introduce Bharat. Bharat is actually a 12 years experience project, technical project test manager, and works for a leading telecom operator, newly opened, but they are the number ones now, and that operator have a lot of agile mindset, and he is working for that operator as a test manager. Over to you, Bharat. And the paper which he is going to present is actually the rebuilding approach in Agile. Okay, which will be like which talks about the automation of Agile quality assurance on more. So over to you, Bharat.
Hi Prasad. Hi everyone. Thanks for the good intro. And last but not least, so I like to give the paper the title, "The Practices for Achieving the Effective Quality Assurance." So before starting the presentation, I would like to share my thanks to Padma. So most of you know Padma as a person who has started and from the Agile, but she was being one of my leader in the company where I was being the colleague of Padma. So I am very proud to say that. So I used to have this is one of the, I just want to give the surprise. So this was the book which was being just given to me from that company where we used to work. So she was my very first guru, and with the help of and support of Padma, I'm being here to present this paper. And in addition to Padma, there was good supports and feedbacks were being supported by Prasad, Hi Prasad, and Prasad Saranathan. So with the help of all your supports, I like to start initiating my paper here. So I just as we are in the fourth quadrant with the improvements in that related to the process. So as I'm being in the software quality assurance, I like to have some enhancements and unified rebuilding approaches that what we can make it in the Agile for in the quality assurance. So when coming to the background, so the current IT industry has the rapid, I mean, this interest is on the Agile. So software industries are exploring and having the good utilization of Agile developments. When compared to the other traditional things, Agile has its own inbuilt and well known for the focus on the conformance to the requirements. So this is also the successful factor where Agile is being much evolved into the industry. So, but still, when you're looking onto this, you can see there are some challenges or unseen scenarios that are still need to be enriched in terms of assuring the quality of the applications. So that's what the main thing which made me to think about the research, what we can do it in the terms of delivering the product with a good quality and other things. So I like to start checking the things or want to give some intro about all the process or whatever we are doing. So there is one essential and key important part of any application. So if that particular essential and key part is not been there in the applications, so whatever the process or whatever the things we are including in the application will not be of good to have the good worth. So I hope you can guess what could be the success factor of any applications. So that's the same factor which is used to give the differences in terms of identifying what is being developed and what is being the outcome which is being expected by the customer. So the success of the application depends on the conformance to the requirements of the product which you are about to build over the agile methods. So the help of this, you can able to achieve the requirements have reached the and the development of the applications have reached to the customers with a good satisfaction or not. So this will give you the ensure the functional correctness as per the customer's requirement. So the things what I mean to tell in the part is purely about the quality of the product. So if the quality is not being in the product, you cannot have the good satisfaction throughout the completion of the product. So that's the way in which how the quality is highly being required in our case. So when we are taking the quality, this is being carried out in the early product life cycle. I mean, early stages of the product life cycle. So if you are not giving the importance to the quality, so as you being moving to the end of the thing, and if you're checking like in the traditional way of checking the quality, it will not give you with a less less economic way of building the product. It will be of more expensive. So earlier the quality you are concentrating, the more you can say the expensiveness that's you are making into the product. Again, the expensiveness in not only in terms of the cost, it's also in the terms of the time and the efforts what you need to make it. So earlier the quality, earlier the benefits we can get. So here I like to make the quality assurance in terms of the agile. So in agile quality assurance, it begins on the onset of the development project and involves the ongoing integration between the implementation and the functional assurance. So here the earlier when we are taking with the traditional approach, the testing is being done at the end of the life cycle or at the end of the development of the product. But in case of this agile, we are achieving it's in kind of a parallel or daily what we can have the then and there we can have the reviews and we can have the so how this has been achievable is in agile this testing is one of the continuous and where this the theme of testing to ensure the quality is being like it has been interacted and been multitasked between all the stakeholders who are being into the product. So this is a simple image where you can see the all the things which have been coming in the quality assurance of the agile method which the team is following in. So when you talk about this agile quality assurance in the agile, there are some key attributes which is leading you to the success of the success rates of the product. So as in day by day, it's very difficult or impossible to predict the application what you are developing on the day, and it may get evolved as a time pausing applications in the later. So you can not have that much control what can be happen in the production once if it is being live, if it is being deployed. So it is also very need and very timely requirement that all the things should the applications should not get corrupted and all the things should be addressed for the particular applications. So here I would like to say that the key attributes how this agile quality assurance is getting involved is the main thing is you should have the response to the fluid of the business environment. So the fluidity here implies the changes and the expensive, particularly when you are in the uncontrolled or poorly managed. So as all you know that agile the requirements can be changing at any time. So at the time of the requirement change and thing, you you have the proper control, you can have the proper success of the thing. So how you can have the proper control and how we can have that constraint of making in the good quality product includes with the help of the key attributes. So here, as you can see, there's a good, first of all, a communication between the product owner who gives a recommends and the development of the particular product, which is lively need to go. And so that's first and foremost key characteristics are in attributes of this Agile in quality assurance. So next you can see there's a close interaction with the developers. When you're taking with the developers, so instead of checking in the traditional way with the end, then and there you are going to have the proper interaction. And if there is any change or anything is being implemented, you are live to check on that particular new changes and everything. So the third characteristics what I like to highlight here is in Agile, so you are completely going to be involved as a entire team, not a kind of a single solo the person who is been completely responsible for a single model that is been in the quality. And so all that complete team is being involved here. You can have the better, good productive and good conformance to the requirements. So here the whole team is passionate about the quality. Developers build unit test cases for the better testing process, and to enhance the quality audit, developers also follow the recommendation of the testers for test requirements and code improvements. Agile testing, what you can say is one of the integrated from the beginning stage, unlike conventional methods. So that's the reason Agile testing is becoming more accurate and reliable and one of the time saving thing. So when we take up, so these are some characteristics, and these characteristics leads to the good benefits of the benefits to the organization, which is being followed there. So these benefits include the development testing activities are in the concurrent. So everyone is working as a team towards the common goal, and everyone is responsible to maintain the quality. So as here we often used to communicate and often used to interact, there's a continuous integration and customer feedbacks are then and there it is being provided. So it's less risk is being involved in terms of the time box instead of highlighting or having the lost minute surprises. So here the product, whatever you have developed, you can then and there you can make the release and you can deliver to the customers in a frequent basis. So after seeing the benefits of Agile having these many benefits with us, there are also some process and we have different stages to attain the benefits and the application which is about to be developed. So there are various, we can say all these stages and the things, or in kind of a, for each and everything we used to have a challenge with us. So let's see how the challenges that are coming into the picture. Why? Because without the challenge you cannot attain the things in a very easier, because since there is a challenge, then only you are finding out the solutions, and like necessity is the mother of invention, as we discussed. So the challenges are the one which is making us to think that how easily or how in a good process we can give the solutions to this. The first challenge what I want to what is being existing in the Agile is the changing requirements. The changing requirements, or there may be also some case where the dropping of the user stories in mid sprint is also can happening in the Agile projects. This can be leading to the situation where it can be a nightmare for the whole team, as there may be in the mid of the work and they may be a past 50% they might be done, and dropping it might be they will be going back on the things. So this is the changing requirement is one of the thing which is a major challenge. So I mean to say, so once a requirement we cannot able to predict unless it is been completely moved to the release. So the second thing is, as we said, one of the good benefit of the Agile is the continuous integration and continuous delivery. So that's also the place where the quality assurance, the management, the quality assurance people are about to test in a continuous way. So that it's very, you cannot always keep on expecting that whenever we do the code checking or code development, every time the testers will be of full strength to deliver the quality confirmations of the product. So this is also one of the challenge that will often used to come. So each and every time when the integration is there, you have to do the quality inspection and ensuring that product is meeting the requirements or not. So the third challenge aspect, what you can mostly get it in terms of the communication. So as I said earlier, the communication between the product owners and the developers include the quality assurance as well as the coding people. So the communication is highly being required here. So once we have the product with good quality and requirements in the proper way, then you can have the communication, and which may be easier for you to understand what is the requirement is about. So, and the fourth thing is about, as we are developing the products, so the this testing activity, or we can say the quality assurance, cannot be done, as I earlier said, it cannot be 100% fulfilled by the testers. So there is some reason thing that there is a means of the automation is coming into the picture. So this highly reduces the stress of the quality assurance. So, but again, when the automation is being introduced, there's also the challenge that the platform or the technology which is used to identify the issues, identify the gaps, what is being maintained. So there is also this kind of technical challenges that may be coming in order to ensure the verification or give it the conformance to the requirements. So each and every persons have the skills. All the skills will not be of same level. So each and every person can have their own skill, but all need to be in the proper synchronized and proper format, so that the challenge can be overcome. So here I mean to say that these challenges are not stopping the progress of the agile. These are the challenges where you need to have it in a proper handled way. So if you are maintaining these challenges in the proper organized and proper handling, then you can still get the success. This is how we are going to see in this chapter, that how we can easily handle the challenges so that we can enrich the quality in a good progressive way. So these are some common challenges and normal the tips how we can overcome the challenges. For example, if there is a frequently changing requirements, so where we can perform the risk analysis and test all the high priority test cases. So if there is any lack of communication, we should have the proper effective communication so that the lackness or the gaps of the communication can be avoided. So again, when we are taking about the technical skills related lackness of the skills, so again you can use the latest technologies and which can be tuned up for the each and every quality assurance members, so that the new things and everything can be added into the product automation. So as these challenges have been existing, here comes my main theme of how or what can be the approaches that I'm going to enhance and do the rebuilding with the current existing progress or current existing progress. So the first enhancement what I mean to provide is based on the agile automation. So it's purely the enhancements or the postulates what I'm going to propose is based only for the test scripts and the process what is being followed in the agile automation. So second is my new approach, what we can get it as an outcome of the research. So following this this approach, you can get the some of the advantages which have been you can overcome at the end of the thing. So let me quickly move on to the enhanced rebuilding approaches what I'm being proposing here. So as you most of you know that the test driven development is one of our traditional I mean, the first most thing which is came for doing that unit test results, and where there are some high this is been highly followed in the early stages. So if you take it here, this test-driven development has three activities that are tightly interrelated. And used to notate those activities like the coding and the testing and the design. So how the design in form of the refactoring the changes. So basically, let me tell what is this principles of this test-driven development. So at first here, when you're developing your application or when you're building up a new project, so as from in order to ensure the quality, the application will be giving the conformance to the requirements. You are supposed to propose a minimal possible criteria where the things will get passed, or the basic just enough. We used to call it as a basic thing, basic test criteria, which is being need to be devised. So once after the basic criteria has been there, we used to implement our code, and the code is about to be evaluated. So in case of if the code is, while evaluating the code, we have to modify or we have to rewrite that minimum code to pass the test, so that it will enrich the test base as a new test. So again, rewriting the minimal code to pass the test, we often used to modify the criteria, we used to call the test criteria, and based on which we can get the complete the outcome, the product which is with the proper quality. So this is the approach of the test driven development. Each and every on the phase by, like, okay, what you can call is based on every time by time, you have to rephrase your test criteria and you can tune up what is being the expected way. So this tells that initially you have to write a test, so check whether the test fails, so again write the code which will be supported and check whether all the tests are been okay. In between, if the test is getting failed anywhere, you have to rewrite the code. And at last, as I said, in the design is one of the case, you can refactor where the code or what is being making the changes, so that you can write the particular code, or that the code will get implemented and you can have the fulfilled product which is with a good quality. So as this TDD is being fully followed, it still has some few pitfalls. So which includes something like here, as I mentioned, the test cases, we are writing the just enough test cases. So these test cases are being executed in some, not executed in some proper frequent basis. So when we take the single unit of code, it has some multiple checks. So it is many testing checks on a single location. So you need to do many test works. So, and again, crafting the test is a very long procedure, or it's a very long condition. You need to think about very long things. So one of the way to what you can maintain is the test suite. So the test suite what you are maintaining is not being up to the mark. So until you are following a good automation things, the maintenance of the test scripts will be still a challenging one. So as these other pitfalls or the challenge what is being there in the TDD approach, I would like to give the enhancements with the automation, the agile automation. So the first one is on the focus on the system level. So while developing and ensuring the quality of the application developed in the agile environment, the user interface, mostly the coverages and the consideration or the importance is given for the user interface. So, but instead of giving the importance to the user interface, I like to say that give the importance to the system level. So with respect to the test coverage on user interface maintenance, the overall effort and time invested for automation may leads to some time consuming. So preserving the maintenance cost down and enhancing the overall coverage if you giving some importance to the system testing or the individual unit level, you can have the better results at the end. So the second enhancement, what I wish to tell is about the quality of the test scripts. So as I said earlier, now we used to have this automation is taking care of most of our test evaluations. So, but again, the automation, how it is running is based on the test scripts, which is used to tell whether the criteria are meeting the requirements or not. So, but still, the scripts what you're maintaining need to have some quality. So, making these quality test scripts will make you to have the better maintenance of the code. So again, that what are the qualities which you like to fulfill or which you need to, it's good to address over maintaining the test scripts is, it should have the proper versioning, like there should be the proper history should be able to be changed. So it should have a good maintainability. It should have some good, the tightness of the script should be proper. And again, the portability of the script it should have the good portability. And it should have the proper integrity, like end to end of the proper integrations. So, and again, whatever the test scripts what you are about to prepare should also have the good performance. It should not have some more delays and giving the result outcomes. So ensuring these quality parameters of the test scripts, you can have the good test scripts. I mean, like you can have the good enhancement in terms of the automation. So the third thing or the third enhancement, what you need to concentrate on agile automation is to periodically self-validation of the test scripts. So in order to recognize the validity for the test scripts, it is also necessary for you to check your test data and the test conditions that from every time to time. So basically the periodic analysis and review of a test helps in organization of redundant and absolute tests that are no longer applicable to current test cycles. You can identify there may be a very basic thing which might have been changed. So unless until if you're not periodically evaluating, that will still be in the test suite, which will consume more time for execution, and which is again a non-useful thing which is going to be there while delivering the product. So periodic self-validation of the test scripts will give you the good, it will give you the good confidence that our test scripts are in the good shape to take it forward. So, and next enhancement is about continuous monitoring on the code changes. As in our TDD, we are going to monitor on the code change. So it should be like each and every code change from day by day basis or whatever based on the test conditions. If it is getting changed, you should have the continuous monitoring. It should not be like what the developers are making the code change. It's like you should not keep focusing only on the white box kind of. You should like, I mean, should not concentrate only on the black box. It should be, it's good to have the white box related coverages so that you can have the proper coverage and boundary values for each and every code changes that is being used in the applications. So and last but not the least, the maintaining the clean test. So what I mean to tell here about the clean test is most of you know about the lean technology. So the lean tells that some of the unwanted things which is being no much been wanted for the upcoming, we are ready to, we should able to reduce it, or we should be removing it from there. So again, the same thing is going to be applied here. So you need to maintain the test, which should be very clean and it should be very short and crispy. That's what the fifth enhancement point you should focus on while the test scripts. So if you're maintaining these enhancements or these recommendations on the test scripts, you can have the good confidence about your test scripts, that is, which is going to be useful for the automation execution and which is going to tell you the quality of your product. So next to this, the second approach or the second proposal, what I'm making it is in form of the TCR. As I said, there are two things. One is in form of the Agile. The second approach or the second research area for to have the good process in the Agile is to implement with the help of the TCR in the PDD. So what is TCR? So the TCR stands for test and commit or revert. So it is basically a Unix indicated with the Unix style command, which first executes the test suites of the product. So if the test is in the green, then the code is about to get committed. So that's the TC indicates here. Otherwise, if the test is resulting in a red, or if the test criteria are not meeting the expectation, then the code is about to get reverted. So this is a very simple approach of the TCR. So I can give a simple algorithm for TCR with the following pseudocode. So it's very simple to understand. It's a very simple. So if test is green, then do the committing of the code. Else you can revert the changes what you made from time definition. So how this code or whatever the code which you're taking or evaluating from the TCR approach, or all focused on the enhancement of it's built on the top of the TDD. So you can see this is how the traditional TDD is being. So basically you used to write a test, so that the just enough code to pass the test. So you will be evaluating the execution results. It may either result in green or it may result in the red. So if it is in the green, you are about to commit, and again you will be doing the next set of evaluations, and you will be refactoring your code design as according to your next set of cases. So you will be cyclically, you will following the test execution result, and at last you do the committing. So where comes the approach of TCR into this is, so you're just going to follow the same thing here, and you are about to do the code reverting operation. So this will give you the clear idea about how to revert the test executions for the case. So this is a very simple difference, that what is been the thing, what you have in the traditional TTT, and what is been the enhancement which is being proposed here. So what are the upsides of the TDDR, or what is the approach, or what is the benefits which is going to be caused by after taking the TCR? So I would like to conclude that TCR may not be the individual one. It's built on top of the TDD approach. So that's why I used to call the enhanced modeling, enhanced approach. So it's not a individual one. It's built on the top of the TDR. So you should now, for instance, if I'm not proposing any new techniques or anything here, so it's kind of a, say for example, if there is any new framework, or if there is any new technique or something has been there, so that may be bringing you some excitement, that may not be a new things. All the things what I'm concentrating here is, it's mainly focusing on the microservice level. So when you go with the microservice level, what I mean is, you are just concentrating on the basic code. So yeah, as day by day we are getting more enhancement on the processes what is being built on top of the Agile to take it forward in the infrastructure level or in kind of the other ways. But I'm concentrating on the microservice level. So the second thing what you make is, as every time when you're going to build the code with the TCR approach, you are going to then and there do the commit, or you are going to do the code is going to get reverted. So this will make you to identify the issues or identify the flawness in your code, which will be, if you're doing the same thing repeatedly, the next time you will learn some good discipline on the things. So you can, as and when you're developing the applications, you can have a good disciplineness with the TDD. So that's the upside, second upside of the TCR. It's also very simple. It's not like you need to have the very long and very critical process. You need to have any checkpoints and other thing. It's very simple, and it doesn't have too many rules. Just the thing is, and it has to be like every time it has to be you should have the checking. You should commit the code whenever it has been working. Otherwise, you have to just revert the code. The rule is very simple here. So here again, like as I mentioned, one of the enhancement what I mentioned in the test scripts level is you have to monitoring closely on the code change. So as when you're developing or when you're maintaining the test scripts, it is good to mention what is being the code level change that has been brought into day 1 to day 10. So if any new test condition or if any new test scenario is being included, by concentrating on the white box of the like white box techniques, you can have the good focus on the code what is being changed from day 1 to day 10. So it's basically bringing you the good collaboration in the white box that according to this, you can if there is a whatever the check-ins that is being done by the person 1, and you can have the respective test case that is being added in the second one. So these are the some of the upsides of the TCR. And I like to tell in this with a simple example. Assume that you are going to build an application which is where you don't know about what is the application or what the flawness or what is the challenge, what are the things that is going to come over the application that need to get fulfilled. If you are just adding any new rules and new process and everything on top of the way in which you are developing the application, at one time what may happen is the application you will be giving importance to the process or the what to say the infrastructure and the other things what you need to focus like whatever the other process related things. But here this is a very simple thing, so you no need to have too much of insights. So as in our early first presentation, Sianan said molding the clay in the early day is good than being molding the same thing in the later days later. So I'm also proposing the same way. So the proposal of the TCR is at the very beginning level of the code level thing. It's not much focusing on the process change or nothing. It's a process or the enhancement which you are about to do in the TDD level of the initial unit test levels. So with the good discipline and other things, you are just going to build up the code. You are going to enrich the quality with the proper discipline, which is never going to give you any deviations and no chance for introducing any new issues on the later stage of the product. So as you all know that too much of anything is good for nothing. So the thing is, this is very simple thing. The TCR is very simple. It's very short and crisp. So you are just focusing on the unit test level. So you no need to much worry about what is the other techniques or what are the other new things which we need to enrich on the while completing the product and delivering the same thing. So as part of I just came to conclude what is the thing is about. So here the TCR is not that much be more exciting or that may not be making more good like it is not a major thing. It's a very short and simple, as I said. So it may not be bringing the excitement to you or to the coding or the development people on the very first day, but this TCR will make you to have the good excitement when you're following it on the day-by-day basis. So it's purely for instance when you're making the code development, and if you're making your code on the frequent code check-ins and other things, once following with a good TCR, you can have the good discipline approach. So the TDD will mostly be useful. I mean the TCR with the TDD will be more useful whenever you can tell in advance what you want and when you can write an automated test. So as you know what you're going to develop, you know very well. So what you also have the chance what you can do in the automation script. So this is highly a feasible one. There is no need to worry about how whether it will be feasible or not, or where we can able to apply this. This is apply in all the case where you can able to do the development of the code. So there may also be chances. So for instance, you may have something like a HTML code, or you may be developing something like now everywhere you can see this. The developments are mostly being reduced in form of the application programming interface. So we used to have most of the time with the kind of some called the web services. So which is just giving the services of the application or services over the web. So in those cases, it's not the TCR may not be that much. We cannot enforce the TCR to have the full consideration, or we cannot propose in that way. But still, when you're developing your code from the scratch, according to the requirements and frequent communication with the product owners, you can have a clear discipline approach. And at the end, after once if you're taking the inherent of this TCR, you can basically classify the TCR into the code or the application what you're making is whether this can be a TCRable or it is an in-TCRable work. So post after this, and again I like to conclude in this way, like this is not a major thing, it's a very simple, short and crispy one. So it is being just given, or it needs to followed from the initial base level where you design your test cases. So that when earlier the things, if you're keeping it concentrated with a good quality, the later you no need to worry about the defects or the issues about your applications when it's getting grown in the phase by phase phases. So that's the approach, that's the enhancement with enhanced approaches what I'm like just want to provide from here. So all this ideas and everything is been given to me by Padma. You also used to call Padma as my, most of you used to call Padma as the Agile coach, but I just want to highlight it. She was my first most quality testing coach. I used to have the good interaction with her in the testing. So first of all, thanks for giving the important ideas and other things, Padma, and also the comments and the suggestions provided by Prasad Saranathanji and Harhar Prasad. That's also made me to learn how I can make the good things. So we'll take it to the next set of. I just want to do some more research as I'm concentrating on the code level. I like to improve the things on that process, other set of process levels, which I'll be making it in the next set of research. Thanks for being there.
Okay, thanks, Bharat. The presentation was very good, and the way which you have maintained your energy till the last slide was commendable. Okay, so it was very good energy which you have maintained. Okay, good. Actually, to put more precise on TDD and TCR, which you have said, right? This TCR is an alternate approach of the TDD. If wherever TDD is not possible, then the alternate approach TCR can be done. Whereas in V model, the ancient traditional model, we used to do the test last approach, whereas in the Agile XP, we used to do the test first approach. That is what the test driven development and the test commit and revert is all about on the TCR thing. Okay, good, Bharat. Okay, I saw there are two questions which has been posted. One is, how did you bring in the mindset of the team towards on a common goal and responsible for quality, Bharat? This is the first question which was being posted. Okay, so you first answer to it, then I will take it up.
Yeah, coming. Just let me open the thing. So just let me open my chat. So first, as a team, like you are being as and when you are being in the agile, you used to have the proper team coordination, like each and every the particular block of code or particular part of the application which you are being going to be released is just been subdivided in form of the use case and everything. So we can have the proper team effort, like purely basis on sometimes you can pick the interest what you have. So the thing like the collaboration between the team is purely depends on the interest, and like you can have the like what do you can say that part that maybe already might have been tested based on the previous history of experience and everything. You can make a good collaboration, and the same thing can be given again to the resources.
Okay, to answer to the answer precise to this question, okay, there are three things which needs to be involved while doing a self-organized team. One is the role which we give them as a creativity which they should have and possess to have in the team. And second thing, there should be an what we can say is like they should have a personal commitment, and also with the personal commitment they should have the accountability to the product releases and to the releases which they are going to do. So this is the precise where it actually what we can say is it will be like in a lightweight framework, and also removing the titles in between the team, and all the empowerment to the development team can be given. So this will actually give good mindset to the team on a common goal, and everyone will be the self-responsible, and everyone will be responsible for the quality assurance. Okay. And
Mr. Prasad, this is Shianand here.
Yeah, Shiya.
Yeah, thanks for a wonderful answer. I'm just getting a thought in terms of feasibility. I'm not sure. Say, for example, when we talk about giving them challenging roles and making them staying committed, or all the points that I said, how do we take these aspects into recruitment and also from an appraisal perspective? Because from appraisal perspective, we always target on the business results. We always target on the training and all aspects of this. So uh, uh, how can we, it's a thought to ponder, which I'm sharing now. So can we bring some aspects to the appraisal? Can we bring some aspects of this to the recruitment, so that this mindset is brought into the system right from day one he's into the system?
Okay.
Of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry.
you very much.
Yeah. When we talk about the recruitment of an agile team member, right? We actually first assess them whether they have the agile mindset. Okay. What they know about the agile. Okay. Straight away they should answer. If you, what is your thought on agile? Then their answer should be that agile is actually a mindset. Okay, without mindset there will not be any agile team member. So first thing which an agile member should possess is a mindset. Then only then the frameworks and other stuff still needs to be there. The first thing which we have to look at into an agile member is a mindset. And second thing which you are asking about the appraisals, if agile is implemented fully, and in organizations now they are moved into from the performance of the individual, now they are moving into the performance of the entire program team or entire the agile team. Okay, if agile team are performing, then there is no break-even point, and there is no bell curve now being set for the agile teams. Okay, so it is actually a team performance, agile team performance.
Prasad, if I can share one more thought on top of whatever you said. I was just reading this article somewhere where the appraisal, the way some part of some portion of the weightage, some percentage, significant percentage, should be given to peer feedback. You know, so that I think would reduce a lot of this negative competition, helping each other. I think that'll enable, that'll enhance the team spirit. right? That's another aspect that at least the Indian companies are still, finding it challenging.
Can I add one more point? So basically, when we are speaking about the appraisals and other stuff, always we give importance to the individuals, to portray their heroic nature. Right. Slowly, we need to come out of this heroic nature, and we need to check what type of qualities that as an individual. If we are concentrating at the individual level, we need to think three aspects. So probably one thing came into my mind is the Ideal Team Player by Patrick Lencioni. So where he points out the three aspects for all the members: humbleness and hungriness and the smart part of each and every member, right? So when it is representing, when those three virtues are coming out for each and every person, so automatically his involvement will not be at the individual level, rather it will be at the team level. So probably we can think about it.
Bharat, I think we all loved that you have these concepts, the TCRism, right? I think this is such a good term that is coined and such a pain point for a lot of people who have worked with testing people or who have been testers ourselves. So great job, Bharat. I just want.
Thanks, Rudy. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Ari, can you give a summary of this panel, please, as a chairperson, with your expertise?
Okay, so Bharat has attempted a very good topic. Currently one of the role that is getting evolved and changing to a new stance is this quality assurance. And many, even I don't know, many of us in this forum also, will be from the quality assurance background. And the type of challenges, though there is no prescriptive role of exclusively the tester's role, so they are part of the development team. Still, when it comes to the quality assurance, they are the one who is hit in most of the cases. And coming from the background of testing, Bharat has given very good insights on what type of challenges that they are facing, the quality assurance that members are facing, and how they can overcome these difficulties by approaching in a new way. So whatever that he has brought, not something new, but the new insights, by giving a new approach to by bringing the TCR. So which is a very appreciative, and it is a very good attempt, Bharat. What I suggest you is you don't restrict only with this TCR approach. You can further enhance, and you can continue your research with the further models, and you can bring a very good model for enhancing the testing. Right. So all the very best, and overall it was a very good topic, and so your insights were very helpful. I hope everyone enjoyed your way of presenting. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Harry.
And there was a question which was being posted, okay, an interesting question which actually needs to be answered. Can there be a common line of test cases which could be validated frequently and projects could customize the same? And we could have the different domain, even though if it is for different domain, okay? Yeah.
So, the first part I try to answer, but yes, it is possible when you have when you are working on a product with multiple countries deployed. So in that case, you can have a common set of test cases which you can design, and you can customize as per your needs for the different countries. But when you are asking at the domain level, I don't have any answer at this moment.
Yeah, actually, see, even Bharat's slide has answers to it, which is actually a clean test. Okay, if it is a clean test approach followed, then there are 5 rules which needs to be followed. One is independent and repeatable, self-validated, timely, and the last but not the least, which is be fast one, where if it is a repeatable, then it becomes as a regression, and it will become as a regression suit. And if it needs to be accommodated for all the domains, and then the test cases should be a domain agnostic, and it should be like a future driven development scripts. So I think this question has been answered here. If on the expectations of the questioner.
Yeah, Prasad. Okay, let me take quickly a minute. So what I was coming was like, see, during my Alcatel days, there was something called as the world release line. Okay, so this world release line will have the modules which is common for all the markets. So it's called, say, for example, world release for A setup. So from there, each of the markets, say, for example, the German telecom market can derive from there and then start using it, the code itself, and then its relative changes. So whenever there is a major change which is common for all the markets, say for example, all of a sudden call forwarding becomes a new feature. Of course, by then call forwarding was a new feature. Okay, so this feature has to be incorporated in all the whatever markets. So the common line was updated with this code, and then each market could use it directly or they can customize it. So I just want to replicate that thought with respect to the test cases. So that's where I came from.
Yeah, okay. I think there are two test beds, right? One will be like your regression test bed, and one will be like post your deployment, where we will check the first initial point of the break even of the codes. Okay, so these two test beds will help you to have the domain agnostic, and now each and every industries in domain, they are fast forwarding to the global common code for all the domains.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your input.
Okay. Okay, that's all from my side. Bharat, you have done a very great job, Bharat. Okay, thanks.
Wonderful job, Bharat.
Yeah.
It's
Thanks,
to be honest, it's a very first time I'm presenting on the quality assurance with Ajay. So it's all the credits will go to our Agile coach Padma for giving a wonderful team for all the supports. And at the starting of the stage, I never expect I will having this much of a good family friends with who supports and everything has made me to publish the things. So thanks and
Nothing. I did nothing. Bharat, don't mention me so much time. I did nothing.
Great job, Bharat.
Thanks a lot.
You never felt like it is your first time, okay?
Exactly.
Thanks,
Exactly.
I second your thoughts.
Yeah.
Bharat, your attitude of gratitude will take you to greater heights.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Okay, over to you, Batma.
So much. Thanks both, Hari, our continuous supporter, and Prasad. You have been continuously very dedicated to make this channel excellent, and both of your outcomes were really nice. Thanks for all your reviews, times, and energy, and I really thankful and appreciate for that. Okay, now we have done with all our 4 panels, starting with product agility. With Hiran's choice architecture, a new framework, and product manifesto, right? And Deepti's Change Agent Summit experiment, how agile transformations happen in India, and with people agility stuff, 4 wonderful papers. Each comes with its own set of outcomes, right? And I want to quickly mention each one of your efforts, which is worth noting here. And Humble Agile, it's going to be a brand. It's going to be grow big in upcoming years. You can expect multiple things like a book from that, yeah. And then and I'm just foreseeing multiple people starting, speaking about the Humble Agile, because which is something which is not being conceptual. People know that this is missing, but they doesn't know how to make it as a capsule, and that is what she has done. Okay, so
I'm expecting a movie.
First
I'm
day
there to
first
write the script. I'm there to write the script.
and you
See, I will direct it, no problem.
and the much awaited topic from Girish on COVID-19 era, because like in every training nowadays asking how can I maintain this, and I used to say please wait for, because I don't have an answer because I have not done research. Girish has done that, so wait for his outcomes was my answer. And excellent heart touching psychological stuff from Anand and Sunita. I didn't expect this results, to be frank, and it was so insightful, soulful, not insightful. It was soulful, touching not only agile corporation organizations but also parents, kids, and their psychological factors. And this is also going to grow big. There is a lot of Shrutis is like a seed, okay, but Sri Anand is like a rocket. It is just waiting to lift both Anand and Sunita stuff. So expect something big from that. Transformation learning from agility, Sajna. I really love your the way you proceeded your research without much no pressure on making it success, right? So this is what we are doing, and this is the outcome we are getting, and there is a future scope of work and how it really works and what are all the factors. Really, you pointed out on the commitment stuff, right? So these were really it was main takeaway for me too. Okay. And Bharat, Magesh, agnostic framework was something there for my mind for quite some time. Thanks, Magesh, for enabling me to work with you and make it actually bringing it to a paper format. I really thank you. Or else I would be always So you have brought me inside. And thanks, Bharat. People will start to.
Voice is breaking, Padma. No, we can't hear you. No. Padma, we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you, Padma.
बेचारा भरत के पास आके रुक गया तुम्हारा थैंक यू Sorry, Bharat. You will hear it again, okay? Padma, you have some more time. Please come back.
We're asking Nazar to proceed with the closing note.
All right.
Okay, I want to thank Bharat on behalf of Padma. A lot of practical difficulties every tester is facing. You have touched base on that. And
Yes,
I can see Nazat and other testers who have been in that journey with a lot of smiles and, getting into a new kind of a mind frame where they are seeing some hope, like, one day a tester will also enjoy the, privileges of a developer. So, yeah, thanks for that insightful research, Bharat.
Thanks, Nagini. And thanks for all the comments. Sorry, I was been sharing my screen. I'm not able to listen to the comments then and there. So thanks for, just now I've seen all the comments. Thanks for the things.
Azat, all yours for the closing note.
Sure. Thank you so much. And thanks, Nagini, to filling in for Padma. As we draw towards the end of the conference, it is time to acknowledge the effort which has gone into bringing this conference to each one of you right at your home. First of all, thanks to Almighty God who has kept us all safe during these turbulent times and enabled us to conduct and attend the ERA conference. A big thank you to Shane Hasty for gracing the event and sharing some great insights with us. Some learnings simply remain with us. I'm sure we will all agree with the metaphor of the garden. And when we go back to our teams, we will try to create the right environment for them to help them realize their true potential. We will always remember that it is creative people we are dealing with and not repetitive, hardwired machines. Thanks, Shane, for reiterating this. Really appreciate the perseverance with which Padma Priya, the brain behind the ERA conference, went about.
over the last 6 months, executing it in a true agile style. I will not go gaga about Padma and save her the embarrassment. And as she has given us clear instructions not to speak much about her. I don't want her to feel like Sachin Tendulkar during the 2007 T20 World Cup. But still, thanks anyways, Padma. Now the teams who worked really hard on the ground, first the mentors, the chairpersons and the discussants. Thank you for enabling the researchers to think. Thank you for sharing your experience, reviewing their work and giving your feedback. Thank you, Nagini. Your enthusiasm is so infectious. Kamal, Harihara, and special thanks to Vanati, who despite coming from a non-agile world has helped her team to present such insightful papers. Appreciate Fanindra, Anbu, and Prasad for all their effort towards making the event happen. A huge shout out for the researchers themselves. Their toil and hard work will forever be recorded in their papers. You deserve every bit of it. Deepti, Kiran, Shruti, Girish, Sri Anand, Sunita, Sajana, Mahesh, and Bharat. Phenomenal effort, very insightful papers, brilliant presentations. My note would be incomplete without appreciating the amazing audience that you've been. Folks, it's a weekend, that too both Saturday and Sunday evenings. You decided to dedicate it to learning, becoming better professionals, better individuals, which is in itself a feat. Thank you so much for the enthusiastic participation, which made learning happen both ways. Don't we all acknowledge that except for this small little technical glitch that Padma faced now, that the conference went through without any difficulties at all on the technical front. Thanks to Bharati, the technical backbone of the event. He's that behind the curtains, behind the scenes person who has churned out posters, pamphlets, emails, etc., which have kept us all informed about the conference. In fact, this slide that you just see right now was built in about 30 minutes ago. I just gave him the requirements after today's session began. So he's been so agile and nimble and responsive. We would require your feedback about the conference to help us improve further. There is a link shared on the slide. Yeah, there's a link. There's a form. And we will soon find the papers from the conference on IJTRD. Videos will be uploaded on the YouTube channel of Agile Bodhi for your reference. We all agree that Agile is a journey. It's a journey. So is our learning. We look forward to see you again next year. Shane has already given us the theme of business agility. You can get in touch with the contacts listed in the slide in the form for registration, for submission of your papers, any clarifications that you need. You can please get in touch with one of the contacts that is mentioned on those forms. So together, let's build an agile society, an agile nation, an agile world. Thank you once again, and God bless.
Last but not the least, Nazhat, you have been an excellent discussant and support for the people panel 1, and you couldn't mention yourself in the list, okay? And I would request these channel and these links to be shared over an email to all the participants so that they will have it recorded and they can utilize it until they are open.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you, Nazhat.
We will share.
yeah, the pleasure is all mine. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you.
Right.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Maybe you can just
So you shout, Padma, we can hear. You can shout and we can hear.
Maybe you can chat. You can just type it in the chat. Whatever.
No, let her shout out of energy and I know all the energy she's got.
Anyway,
after
yeah.
successfully
conference
completing
chair.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, great day, great ending.
Yeah, anyways, the last slot for the day is for networking. Let's stay back and connect with each other, folks. And Padma,
Yeah.
Whoa.
he came back with a bang.
We have to notice.
Just a minute.
That's the Basha effect from Padma.
Yeah, ending, right? Climax, right? It should be very effective, right?
Yeah. Like Rajini
Okay,
says.
just to give a filler, Nazad has been really helpful for me. Whenever I need a content, I just ping her. And every email marketing which we did for more than some hundreds, it was developed by Nazad, and she was always supportive right from the start. And for everyone, I don't know where to start. Should I start with the wind and the rain, which gave an intermediate break for us to conduct this conference? Because even on Thursday, Nagini pinged me, should we conduct this week or should we have a contingency plan to postpone it? And I somehow believed nature that it will allow us to do in the planned way. And right from the nature to every one of us, the participants and researchers, the prime idea of this era conference is that the agile should grow in the right way, not just with advertisement, not just with promises, not just that someone is marketing. It should go on realistic way, like physics has grown throughout the centuries. So that's the core, and I encourage each one of us to keep the same zeal, simplicity, humbleness. I can see that humbleness from each one of the presenters. And with this simplicity and humbleness, let's take further. So what's the next plan, next course of plan for this conferences? No, again, my heart says, give a wholesome thanks for the ones who has provided you the support for this first year. With this support and encouragement from all of you, we will going to take this to all the universities and colleges throughout the world next year. And yeah, so apart from the organizations, we are going to do that. So promisingly, what I feel is, those who are having some ideas on your mind to do some research with the influences you have got from Kiran, Anand, and every one of us here in the group, right? Shruti and everyone. If you are having a next course of action, the next phase of research, please enroll immediately. All we need is a commitment of doing things whenever you find time, like what we have done in this last 6 months. So next course of action is, think of what is your next plan for research and enroll it immediately. Because I very well remember the first meeting we had and how it has gone to this level. And next year will be still more extensive. I believe it will not be not just 2 days. It will be probably 4 days of conference. Yeah. So that's what I'm just forecasting, with inclusion of all the academic, because they are the one who will do apart from that is out of box research than us. So let's keep this space. This is not the end. Let's continue, as Nazar said, it's a journey. This is just the first bus stop we have reached, and we'll go to the next stop continuously. Thank you so much. Thanks for all your support, and I'm really humbled by all the responses we have received in the chat window. Not even one negative or a negative feedback which we have received. Seamlessly, everything has helped us throughout the conference. Thank you so much.
Padma, can you share the link again, please? Feedback link here on chat.
Also, maybe we could take a picture. Just saying.
I was supposed to think the same, Shruti.
Yeah. Mahesh, Anbu, and everybody else, in fact. Kiran.
Yeah.
Funny. Just for like a minute or so. Could you take off your bands for Mr. India? Awesome. Bharti, you'll be taking the picture? Okay, okay, I get the gesture. Okay.
So I get to see Bharti, whom I have troubled so much. Hi, Bharti.
I think he says it's done. Bharti, done?
Yes. Thank you, Ashwini. Thanks for coming on video to take a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, very nice. So with this, can we conclude this any other comments or reports or feedbacks? If you have some vocal feedbacks, right? Can you just provide immediately, or if there is none, then we can conclude.
A massive heartfelt thank you to each and everyone who's on this call. I don't know, maybe I speak for everybody, but a massive thank you. I feel from the bottom of my heart that this is one of the best groups I've been a part of, and I want to be a part of everyone in the future. Thank you.
Thanks all. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, team.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you very
It's been a
much.
great journey. Thank you.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy Sunday.
Whatever is remaining of Sunday.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
I would say great week ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So full of knowledge now. Go and
Yeah.
use it for
Conquer the world.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Have a great
Thanks.
day.
Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.